One second you feel it, the next second you don't.
Mic check for myself. Yes. Mic check.
Mic check.
All right. What it do, what it don't, what it is, and what it ain't. It's your boy, Don Otaku, aka Don Solo, aka Solo the Don, aka Solo D Swaggy, aka the man who will never forgive Naughty Dog for canceling The Last of Us Part 2. We will hold the line. Oh, that was the wrong one, by the way. It was supposed to be.
You mean Factions, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Last of Us Factions 2.
Part 2 Factions.
Yeah.
Hey, you never know. They might get their lick back with Part 3, but we'll see.
I wouldn't trust them anyway. And of course, oh, wait. And this is Dual-Wield Gaming Podcast, episode 22. 3. 2? 3.
20. Oh my god, I gotta check again. Let me check. This is funny.
I think we're on 23. This is episode 23.
Yeah.
Jordan. And of course, I'm here with my co-host, Subegos, aka Subeg, aka the Green Thumb, aka the Gaming Gardener, aka the Elevated One.
I'm up in the sky.
Of course, the co-host of this fine show and Lognet's very own. What it do? What's been up, man?
Yeah, nothing much. Fighting in the streets, you know. The current war is not. It's not a war of attrition. It's a console war. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I'm chilling though. I'm having a good time, man. These games are great. Like, can't complain about the games. Can complain about school and stuff, but I'm not gonna, you know. I'll just I'll just be a little positive. But I'm good though. I'm good. What about yourself?
I mean, I've been chilling. It's been good, except I fucked up.
Oh no!
It was a major fuck up. I subjected myself to something that just ruined my day. And I don't know why I did this. I mean, I know why, because I had to, but...
Did you listen to Drake's album? No, I'm just kidding.
That's exactly what I did, actually.
Oh, really?
So, I listened to some sexy songs for you. Because I'm not going to hate on something unless I give it a fair shake 9 times out of 10. And... all I gotta say is that shit was 21 songs of pure tomfoolery, coonery, and all types of assery. And
yeah,
I usually come out of a Drake album, like, even though I don't like Drake's music for the most part,
yeah,
usually I'll come out with like at least 5-6 songs to add to the playlist, bruh. There was only I didn't add a single song to my playlist. There was only 2 songs that I didn't thumbs down, so I'd never have to hear it again.
It's looking bad. It's looking bad.
First off, the fact them calling this an R&B album is already disrespectful enough. Because if this is supposed to be R&B, that is like R&B is definitely fucked. If this is what they consider R&B, that shit is as about as R&B as Cowboy Carter is a fucking country album. So yeah, I'm tired of this shit, bruh.
Me too, bro. Me too.
So that shit ruined my whole morning. I was
yeah.
I would rather listen to to Fortnite rapper music, like the Fortnite rappers on repeat, then listen to that shit again.
Bro, put on some Crank That, bro. Put on some Crank That by Soulja Boy. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, I definitely listen to Soulja Boy over that shit. But yeah,
Hey.
I don't that shit. And then like but there was some good that came out of it because, you know, the only thing Drake fans had to basically keep them afloat was that Drake was the numbers guy. He was gonna do the numbers, right? Bro, the fall off was crazy. He lasted 1 day at number one after the album dropped. This man barely, like, is projected to sell 250K. After he dropped his album to $5, by the way, this man had to drop his physical albums to $5 to boost sales. Not even 2 days after the album came out.
It's the Astrobot tactic, bro.
And then he's still not about to outsell G and X. Like, he barely outselling G and X in like his 8th week or whatever it is. It's sad, bro.
I don't even think he did Chromacopia outsell him too?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, Chromacopia I saw that shit. Bro, I still listen to Chromacopia to this day. That's crazy, bro.
But yeah, I had to wash that down with some I don't know if you listen to I Lay Down My Life, the deluxe, the director's cut.
I haven't listened to the deluxe yet. No.
Bruh. It's
good?
peak.
He's bro. Peggy and his beats, man, are crazy.
Bro, some of the songs, that the new songs, bro, they're so good, bro. What the hip hop hell is this? Amazing. Boy, don't you know? Amazing. Like, as good as the bass album. Some of the cuts off of there should have really been on the bass album, but I understand why he was cutting them, because even the bass album was like 16 songs. But that was like 29 songs with everything. But yeah, man, listen to that new Peggy, JPEG Mafia, I Lay Down My Life Deluxe Edition. It's amazing, or the director's cut is what he calls it. But yeah, that's basically been my day. Took a little nap before the stream. Now I'm re-energized. So yeah, we Gucci.
Yeah.
All right, but let's talk about some games. I'll actually start because I just have a few. So,
sure.
As you can see on the screen, Avowed. Actually, I'll save Avowed because we're probably just going to talk about that together.
Yeah.
As a topic.
For sure.
But yeah, you can see I'm playing Avowed. But other than Avowed or Avowed. So I played this after I played this right after the stream last week, or recording last week, I think. Mm-hmm. And this game is called Trail Out, and I would say it's a mix between Wreckfest and Burnout. So it's basically about taking junk cars and then turning them into race cars, and you're racing in these like on dirt roads, backwoods. They have all types of different challenges. Like, there's a demolition mode where you're just trying to take out all of these drivers in this arena. But the coolest thing about this game is how good the destruction is, from the cars to just everything in the environment. You can, like, almost everything is completely destructible. You can literally just drive through houses, all the poles, the structures, like almost everything is completely destructible in the environment, which is really cool. So there will actually be shortcuts if you just choose to drive through a house. Like you'll literally just crash through the house, and that'll be a shortcut, which is pretty cool. And driving actually feels pretty good. It does it took me a little while to get used to it, because hitting those e-brake turns actually was pretty hard at first. But the rubber banding, as a lot of these racing games, the rubber banding in this game is fucking crazy, because you'll be in first and they will literally give these people, they'll like double their speed just so that they can catch up to you. I'm just like, bro, I know damn well none of these cars can go that fast. But yeah, this game is a lot of fun so far. It's very goofy. With the like cutscenes and the story for the campaign, does not take itself seriously at all. But yeah, it has a lot of burnout tendencies. There's a crash mode. There's like you launch yourself. There's modes where you have to like launch yourself out of the vehicle and like hit targets. So yeah, if you liked those old school like racing games like Burnout, or like, it actually has some mini games from like the Excite Bike, I think it was Excite Bike 64 that had those type of mini games as well. It has all of that. So yeah, it feels like an old school like PS2 era racing game. It's pretty fun. It's on Steam. It was on sale for like $9.99, so I picked it up.
Nice.
And then Xenoblade Chronicles, still keeping with that one. I've basically been shifting between that and Avowed for the most part.
Nice.
Why do I feel like I'm missing a game? Oh, here it is.
Maybe?
I still have not played Civ, even though I have it. I literally turned it on. Oh, actually, I know exactly why I haven't played Civ. You want to know why I haven't played Civ? Because the motherfucker crashed every time I open it.
Oh, no.
So, fuck you, 2K. So yeah.
Wait, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
For like games like that, do they still keep the online servers going for the previous one, or do they shut it down?
Oh no, all the Civs are still playable online and everything.
Okay, so you think people are just like, we'll just go back to that one until they fix this one? Yeah,
probably. I feel like RTX games, or I say RTX, what the hell? RTS and 4X strategy games, you usually see people playing all the versions of them. Like there's rarely just one singular like game that is everyone flocked here and no one plays the other ones. It's usually like, if you're a Total War fan, you're like, oh, I'm playing Total. Like you'll see a bunch of people playing Total War Warhammer. You'll see a bunch of people playing Total War Rome. You'll see a bunch of people playing Total War Three Kingdoms. And then for Civ, like a lot of people will be like, hey, Civ 4, that's my favorite one. I'm only gonna play Civ 4. Like, no, Civ 5 is where it peaked. And then people are like, well, I'm playing the latest Civ 6. So yeah, like there's a pretty distinct community on all of them. Same with Age of Empires. Like a lot of people play Age 2 to this day, but they'll still play Age 4 and Age 3 as well, or Age Mythology. So yeah, it's the same.
I see. Okay.
But the other game, which I literally just played before this stream, is called, I literally have to look it up because I forgot, Ruffy and the Riverside. So this is an indie game that I saw multiple times going on my feed for since last year. I think the first time I saw it was last year, and it has a really cool art style, 3D platforming adventure game, and it's like a mix of Paper Mario and Banjo-Kazooie.
Okay.
So art style got me off the rip, but then there's this cool mechanic where you're able to basically scan materials throughout the stage, and then you can apply that material to another property. So say there's climbable vines, and there's somewhere that you need to climb, but there's no climbable vines. So say there's a waterfall. You can basically scan the climbable vine material, and then you can apply it to the waterfall, and you'll make the waterfall turn into a bunch of vines instead, and you can climb up that waterfall. So that's like the puzzle mechanic of it, where you're basically trying to figure out ways to progress through the stage by using that ability. But there's also some attacks, and you can charge and do a spin attack. Basic move set as far as the platforming and action goes. It does feel good as far as the controls. It controls pretty well. The jumps feel good, although the paper aesthetic kind of makes it a little hard to gauge. But if you just look at your shadow, it does help. But yeah, I was playing this before the stream, and I was like, I haven't played enough to like really get into it, but I was like, this feels really cool. There was a lot more puzzle than platforming for sure, because like right off the bat they were just hitting me with riddles and all this shit, and I'm like, bruh, I don't got time for this shit. Where the platforming at? So yeah, I need to actually like take my time and give this game a shot. But yeah, that is Ruffy and the Riverside. This was the demo, so the full game is not out yet. And that's all I've been playing, besides Avowed, which we'll talk about in a bit.
Okay.
But yeah, what you been playing?
So since last week, I think I mentioned that I was playing Spyro. I completed the first one, 100%, technically 120%ed it, because that's what the game's percentage says. It has that thing where it's like you 100% the game, then you get treated with like a final level where you collect like 2,000 gems or something like that. Yeah, it was fun. I enjoyed it. It was like a palate cleanser, you know, like it definitely cleansed my palate for these games, for these fucking big ass story games that we're about to get. But yeah, I liked it. I enjoyed it a lot. Got all 1,000 out of 1,000 for the first one. Saving the second playthrough for maybe later on in the year. If I'm craving a little platformer, nostalgic platformer action. But yeah, other than that, outside of like the usual, still college football. Played a little bit of Indiana Jones, a little bit of Ninja Gaiden, but yeah, the main one's just Avowed. We can start talking about it. Do you want to go first, or you want me to go?
Yeah. So before we talk about it, we'll talk about the reviews, because we did get the reviews, and for the most part positive. Sitting at an 82 on OpenCritic. It was wavering for a while. It was like 85, and then went from 84 and 83, 82, 81, and then it went back up to 82. So also on Metacritic, it's a 80 on Xbox, 79 on PC. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of people saying that it's great, but there were more than a few outliers that did not give it a great score. But was the score surprising to you when it dropped?
Yeah, definitely. I thought it was gonna be way higher, just for the like the rumblings that I was hearing before the game came out, and like they even gave the reviewers like 2 weeks or something like that. Like all those things like had me thinking like, damn, like they're confident in this, and yeah, I thought it was gonna be a lot higher than it was, but you know, 80 is still not too bad. It's still really good. Um, you know, like I said before, eights and above, or 8 to 8.9 if you go by that, or for me it's just pretty much 8 or 8.5. That's a great score. Um, you can't complain too bad. Some of the critiques that I was reading were like just funny to me, because it's kind of like some people were expecting a different game almost. But
You mean they were expecting Skyrim, even though they told them 100 times that this is not Skyrim? That's crazy.
Yeah, something like that.
They should have just. I feel like they should have just had every
like
poster. Yeah, like literally every time they put up something, like you see the trailer, and at the end says this is not Skyrim, and then like the fucking billboards and Times Square shit that they put up, it just says this is not Skyrim.
Yeah, for sure. But you know, we take it, and I think that it's very fun. I'm enjoying it. Wait, are we still talking about the scores, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I read the only reviews that I watched was I watched ACG's review. And then I read the Lords of Gaming review by Mahmoud. He gave it an 8.5, I think.
Yeah, shout out to Mahmoud, shout out to Lognet.
For sure. I read those two. I didn't really read or watch anyone else's reviews. I did see like a lot of the Twitter discourse, of course, but I seen some of the headlines. Like I think Maddie wasn't really that much of a fan of it. Like he said it was like good, but I don't think he liked it like a lot. But yeah, I mean it is what it is. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, it did score a little lower than I was expecting. I think I was like high 80s, so it being low 80s was way off. But also, I don't know what they were. The things that people I saw the most critiques about were things I wasn't expecting there to be critiques about. If anything, I always thought that if there was going to be any critiques, it would be about either, or like things that would make the score lower. It would be bugs, which there were some that people talked about, but it wasn't like a huge thing that people were talking about. And then, or I should say, jank and bugs. But it was also the story that a lot of people had complaints about, and people were just saying the story wasn't interesting. I was like, I was not expecting that to be the common denominator for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And it was funny because like people were saying, oh, the writing is excellent, but the story itself is not that interesting. It wasn't that good. And then like people were confused by that. And I was like, you can definitely have a boring story with great writing.
Yeah.
So yeah, that actually surprised me a little bit from the reviews. So far, as for what I'm playing, I'm not, or maybe the gameplay is just keeping me, and I'm not really the type to get super invested in a story like this. So I might be the last one, because I am interested in the story elements so far. Like it's keeping me invested. I'm not just like, because it's funny that this is like the opposite of Dragon Age Veilguard, where I felt, oh, the writing is terrible in this game, but the story is actually really interesting. And from the jump, I was like very invested in the actual story beats of Dragon Age Veilguard, whereas this one, I wouldn't say I'm not invested, but it's not like they definitely started off very you just kind of drop in there and you're like, hey. Yeah. But there is at a point once you reach Paradise where it does pick up and the real story begins. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like when they drop you off, you're just in a tutorial area without any kind of bombastic story beats going. It's just like, hey, you're the envoy and you're here to stop the Dream Scourge. What's the Dream Scourge? That's for you to find out. And here's Fishman Kai. Yeah. And then it's like, okay. And like they don't do anything in a very interesting, like comparing it to Skyrim, where like first time you pick up the controller, you're running away from a dragon, and you're already making a choice between the two factions at the beginning, and it's all like, oh shit, they're like cinematic, or some Mass Effect 2, like bam, everything blowing up, and you die and you come back to life, and like so. And yeah, this isn't the biggest, most bombastic start to an RPG, which I'm not complaining. Like, I didn't complain about it, but I can see how people could be turned off from that.
Yeah, to me, the story, like the elements that feel the most like a multiplayer game is the story stuff, like the gameplay and traversing the world and all that feels like a single player game, but like the story feels very multiplayer, like MMO-y kind of. I don't know how else to explain it. Like it is very static in the fact that like most of the scenes that you're like watching or stuff it's just two characters standing, or two characters sitting, or one character sitting. You're saying like stuff like that. Like it's not really, there's not a lot of motion to it, but yeah, I just got to Paradise.
Yeah. Well, that's
so I just
that's just what most, or like this type of RPG is though. Like that's Starfield, that's Skyrim, that's Fallout. It's not about the cutscenes, it's about dialogue, talking to, and some people like that. Some people want the full cutscene experience. I really don't care either way. As long as the dialogue is interesting, I don't care about what's happening in.
Sure.
But one thing I do love about the dialogue is the glossary that they have. Absolutely. If you tap X, you can pull up the glossary, and if they're like saying locations or some of the gods and goddesses or groups of people, you'll have a full context for who you'll have a glossary to pull up to see the context for who these people are, or even if they like speak in a different language, because I was talking to a dwarf that cussed somebody out in another language, and then they actually had the translation of what he said in the glossary. I was like, bro, this glossary is what's up. So I love that. Since I've played a little bit of Pillars of Eternity, but can never get into it. Yeah. So this was a great way to learn about the world of Aora.
Sure.
So let's talk. Or did you want to say anything on just story and the story, the world, dialogue?
I would say I'm not like I'm kind of with you, where it's like I'm kind of just here for the ride. I'm not really like looking for like a super in-depth, like super political story. Like I'm okay with just the games that tackle smaller stories. Like even in some of the side quests that I've already completed, there's one where it's like this girl's house is like overrun by like little goblins or whatever, and one of the goblins, she like enchanted and put a spell on it, and it's like kind of like low-key falling in love with her, and she's like it's like I'm liking like the little stories and stuff in the game, you know. But Not too much to say. I'm still very early on in the game. Like I said, I just reached the what I'm assuming is what you're talking about. It's like something happens when you reach Paradise,
Yep.
and then you get treated to like a pretty major cutscene, kind of revealing what the game might be about or more about. But yeah, not much to say on the story, and I do think that the writing is really good though. One of the because you can talk to almost every NPC. Some NPCs will have like transition into dialogue, and some will just spit out a line at you. Like I've been talking to everyone. I ran into like this. She was just like a soldier, just like camping out, and like her dialogue made me laugh. So it's like I'm enjoying the writing. It's solid.
Yeah.
That's really all I can say about it.
So I'm guessing I'm a little further than you because you just got to Paradise. So after Paradise, the story does get a lot more interesting.
Okay.
And I got to a part where it's still a very early mission. Like it's probably gonna be one of the next missions that you do as far as the main quest. I ran into another godlike.
Okay.
And that whole quest, because there's so many, like that one quest showed me so many different ways of tackling that quest. And I could already kind of see like how the different not the consequences, but what the different outcomes could have been.
Yeah.
With that quest. And I was like, yeah, this is what I'm here for right here. Like,
absolutely.
And I've done a lot of the side quests, and the side quests are also great, which is cool because they treat you to more of the world and getting to know the people of the living lands and the factions, and you're learning about everything just from doing side quests. There's a lot to gain from just doing side quests.
Sure.
And some of them are just like funny quests that kind of are just there for fun. But they also kind of build your character, especially like you'll actually talk to Kai or your other companions once you get them after the quests, and they'll react to how you handled the side quest. So there was one, and the way that I started this quest was because I ended up picking up an item. So this quest wasn't even like I talked to an NPC and then she was like, oh, go over here and do this, and then I did that, and then I came back to her. I literally randomly found her shipment just exploring, and I brought it back to her, but the shipment was of questionable legality, right? And I'm like talking to her about it, and as the envoy of Adir, is that what it is? I think that's the place. I think you're Adiran. So yeah, you are supposed to be upholding the laws that Adir is trying to put it into the living lands, but I kind of went against the law, and I was like, I'm on her side basically. And Kai was like, man, like basically Kai was like, at first I didn't know what to think of you because you were Adiran, but like I'm glad that you seem to be a lot more level-headed, and you're just not gonna stick with whatever Adir. I feel like that is not the city's name, but I'm just gonna stick with it. Like you don't just follow their rules blindly, basically, and you actually like you actually care about the people, all of this. So they actually add some meaning to these side quests, which is great to see. So yeah, I'm starting to enjoy the main quest, but the side quests are also pretty great as well. And there was also another choice and consequence where someone I met in the tutorial popped up, and because I helped them in the tutorial. They helped me in this side quest that could have went left if I didn't help them. So I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. I was like, hey, I know you. So that was also a pretty cool thing. So the choices and consequences are starting to show. That one with the godlike, I did something that seems pretty big, and I can tell that that's going to be like a long play for choices, like the choice and consequence with that, because like it seemed like it was a pretty big deal what you just did, but you're not going to find out how big a deal it is until later. So yeah, I want to hear what you have to like. I want to hear what you did with that quest, because it's actually a pretty big, or I shouldn't say big, but it was definitely a beefier quest. Like it had multiple parts to it, and took a took a while to get through. So yeah.
I'll write down what happens.
Yeah, so that's once you meet the other godlike, you'll know exactly what it is.
Awesome.
All right. Yeah. So that's how I feel about the story, the writing, and the world of Aora, or mostly the Living Lands, because that's where it's taking place. But they do reference a lot of stuff, especially from the Deadfire archipelago, which is where Pillars of Eternity 2 Deadfire took place. And so supposedly the end of Pillars of Eternity 2, there's a huge like world shaking event where you find out some things about the gods, and the gods like you find out a secret about the gods that kind of shakes the, like, I don't think it's a worldwide, like everyone knows about it. Yeah. But if you play Pillars of Eternity 2, there's like a revelation about the gods that's like world shaking. Okay. And then you always hear about, who is it? Eora? No, that's the world. Eothera. I forgot his name, but there's a guy who basically went on a rampage in Deadfire, and like they always reference him. So there's a lot of references to the previous Eothas. That's his name, the god of rebirth. Okay. So they reference him a lot, and it's making me want to go play Pillars of Eternity, which is a good thing. Yeah. Because I care enough about the world, like just from these references, and that it makes me want to actually go play the other games to learn more about the world and the lore. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's cool. Yeah. So that's how I'm feeling about that. Let's talk the art style, graphics, the frame rate, technical stuff, all of that. Sure. How do you feel Avowed is on a technical level, and then just on a visual, like pure visuals? How do you like the art style, attention to detail, everything? Yeah, I think technically it's pretty good, especially for an Unreal Engine game. I'm not running into too much of the Unreal Engine stuff, other than like me needing like frame gen on to get to like 120 frames, but that's just on me, you know. Without it, I'm like at like 60, 80 ish. But technically it's good. I'm liking the art style. Wait a minute, you said frame gen?
Yeah, I'm using frame gen. Yeah,
you have DLSS. Yep. Why the fuck did I don't have DLSS? I don't have an option for DLSS.
Did you get it on PC?
Yeah, PC. Or are you playing on Steam or Xbox app?
I'm playing it on the PC Game Pass. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm playing on PC Game Pass also.
When was the last time you played it?
I played it with the new update. I played it yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, there's no DLSS for me. Huh. So I've just been using AMD FSR1.
You probably need to update your drivers.
Probably, because I didn't.
They had a new driver update for Avowed.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, no, I have a DLSS on. I'm even using frame. I think it's on auto, but I think when you set it to auto, it just turns it on. But yeah, it's running pretty good. I definitely had to tinker a little bit with it, but I just put everything to high instead of ultra. But I'm on 4K, so doing that. I think I'm on DLSS balance, so it upscales it from 1440p. But yeah, it looks good. It runs pretty good for an Unreal Engine game. The art style, I'm enjoying it actually. I think the world is gorgeous. The way that the way that they use color, especially at night. The nights are beautiful in the game. Like I was streaming the game yesterday. I played like 3.5 hours on stream, and like when you set up a camp, like it turns to night, right?
Yeah.
And the first time it happened, I was like floored with it. I was like, wow, this looks like amazing. And like I was like looking off into the distance, and I was like, I could see like those details in the distance and stuff. I was like it's just moments like that, like little moments when you see the whole scenery in front of you, and it's just gorgeous. So I'm enjoying the art style. That's one of the things that's like drawing me in actually, is like the way everything looks, and like oh, I see like a big ass clock tower. I'm gonna go, explore it because it looks cool and interesting, stuff like that, So I'm enjoying everything about it actually. The NPCs do kind of look a little whatever, but
yeah. Especially the ones that aren't part of a main quest. They kind of
exactly.
look jank. They got that Starfield, that Bethesda face.
For sure, yeah. But yeah, outside of that, I'm excited to see how the other areas look, because one of the NPCs tells you it's like, oh, the Living Lands has everything. It has like swamps, it has deserts, volcanoes, all that. So I'm excited to see how all that looks for sure.
Yeah. Technically, besides the fact that I didn't have DLSS, I was still hitting like in the 90. I was hitting like 100, but okay. Then I would dip a lot to like 80, 70, and then go back up. But yeah,
that's Unreal Engine. It fluctuates really, really bad. Like you get high highs, but you get low lows.
Yes, but for the most part, I don't really notice too much stutters. Sometimes when I'm recording, it'll start to dip below. But that's just because I got too much going on.
Yeah.
So technical performance. Have you played on Xbox yet?
Yeah, okay. I actually have.
Yeah.
What'd you play on? About it, or? I tried after I finished my stream. I actually think I did show a little bit of the Xbox gameplay on stream, just so I can see how it looked. But I unplugged my Xbox in my room, plugged it out in the living room, was chilling with it for like an hour and a half. Tried all three. I tried the performance, quality, and balanced mode. I tried the quality mode first, the 30 FPS mode first, just so I can see how it looks visually compared to the PC, because I'm running at high 4K. Visually, I will say, obviously no one wants to play in 30 FPS anymore, but visually in the quality mode, it looks really good. I would say it looks like it's actually impressive, like, because I went close to my screen and I was like, this actually looks like almost as good as how it looked on PC. Like I was super impressed by it, but obviously no one wants to play in 30 FPS, so I played I tried the performance mode next, just to see how the frame rate would work, just to see how stable it is. And it does dip a little bit, but if you have VRR, you might be fine. But without VRR, I do not recommend the performance mode. But with VRR, definitely is a viable option. And then the last one, which was the one that I ended up just choosing as a baseline, is the balanced mode. Runs at 40 FPS. Side note, there's a toggle on there to unlock the FPS. So if you want unlocked frame rates in whatever mode you want, you can also choose that. Yeah, so I ended up not doing that. I ended up locking the frame rate to 40, chose the balance option, and yeah, it's good. It definitely You can tell that it's obviously not 60, but if you just like play with it for a little bit, you know, your eyes do get adjusted to it, and yeah, it's really impressive. I'm impressed with the Xbox version for sure.
Yeah, so the first time I played was the Xbox version.
Okay.
And I played balance. I didn't even try the other options. I literally just went straight to the balance mode with VRR. Sure. On my OLED, and gorgeous. Probably
absolutely
one of the best looking games I've played on the Xbox in terms of art style and color since Ori.
Yep.
Probably one of the games I would recommend most for an OLED.
Absolutely.
Next to Ori, because of how vibrant this world is and how the colors just pop. And then I went to PC on my non-OLED, and then I was like, yeah, this looks like shit compared. So I'm actually jealous. Like, my Xbox version is the way to go, honestly. Just because I don't have an OLED, I don't have an OLED screen for my PC. Yeah. So I literally don't even care about how much more detail it is or anything like that. I'm just like, bruh, it's not popping though. So yeah. On that big OLED, is definitely that's the way to play this game. This doesn't do it justice. But I am playing on Epic everything as far as the PC and with ray tracing. Okay. So it's still doing pretty good with all of that, although ray tracing is barely noticeable. Reflections for sure, like if you're in the water, the ray trace reflections are pretty good there. The only thing that is a nitpick for sure, but something that I feel is important to me is like attention to detail stuff, as far as interactability with the environment, and like everything is very static. So it's definitely picture pretty, screenshot pretty, but it doesn't do a lot as far as like, especially with something that's doing a lot with magic. There's no burning textures. If you're burning the ground or if you're moving through grass, it really doesn't move.
Yeah, so physics are almost non-existent, except for like small breakable items.
So there is that. I noticed that pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And that is a nitpick. Not every game does it, but I do enjoy when a game does add those small details.
Yeah.
So I will add that as a nitpick for sure.
Sure.
What else? I guess we'll go to the gameplay now. So
sure.
How are you feeling about the combat, the reversal movement, everything?
Yeah. So just to start the gameplay section, it was such a surreal moment, honestly, playing it. Like when you get onto the shore, it was such a surreal moment. I was thinking like, damn, I'm really playing this game. Especially like how long we've known the game, how long we've known like they've been working on the game. It was just such a surreal moment. But yeah, the gameplay's fun, man. I'm enjoying it. I might get a little hate for saying this, but it kind of has like a little Souls in it. There's a little Souls action in there. I feel like because it's not hella fast, you know. It is kind of slow, and it is.
What difficulty are you playing on, by the way?
I'm playing on hard.
Okay, I'm also playing on hard.
Yeah, it's definitely challenging for sure. The one boss that I faced was pretty hard. Used up a few of my potions, so it is challenging in that aspect. And the thing that I'm liking the most is the impact of the weapon. Like I really like the way like like how it feels, especially in first person, because I'm not really playing it in third person. It feels really good, like when you swing like a sword or an axe, like the impact on the enemy, or with the like charging up your attacks, and like the way it like dashes forward with like a sword or something. Like I'm loving the impact of the game. The combat is definitely fucking amazing in this. It's for being a first person game too. It's really good.
Yeah, I'll chime in on the combat. So yes, the combat definitely stands out. It's really good, especially for first person, where a lot of first person melee combat just doesn't really do it. It feels like, you know, the whole Skyrim butter knife kind of feel to it. They've done a really good job of making you feel the impact, but also I love the aspect where if you are under leveled, or if your weapons are not strong enough to take on the enemy that you're fighting, they'll do this little thud where they don't actually slice through. They'll kind of just like, you'll hit and then you'll just stop. You don't do a full slice. It'll just like stop, and then you'll like bounce back. So I love that visual cue of like, oh yeah. And then even your companion, usually Kai, who'll be like, the weapons, like your weapons are strong enough, and you'll just see you're not really doing any damage. You're not stunning them. They're not getting knocked back. They're just still charging at you. You can't stop their attacks. And I love that part of it. But then when you do level up and you come back to that area and you're just like slicing them, and you just see like them getting tossed around by your blade or your mace or whatever you're using. Yeah, and it's like, hell yeah, like it's super satisfying.
Sure.
So yeah, okay, first thing, I didn't know that you had to unlock parry. So I was super frustrated. I was like, bro, what is with this parry timing? This shit is impossible. I'm trying to parry. I'm trying to look for the tutorial for it. There's no tutorial. I'm like, bruh. I see people parrying online, so I know it exists. And then even like my shield, it's like parry efficiency. I'm like, okay, I have parry efficiency. How the fuck do I parry? So it is a skill that you have to unlock. I did not know that at first. So
that was one of the first skills I unlocked.
Yeah, I didn't unlock it until I was like level 8.
Damn.
I think it was the last thing I unlocked before I got off the game last night. So yeah, I finally got parry, and then it just got it got even more satisfying after I unlocked that. I was like, hell yeah. But okay, first things first, your companions are fucking useless. They like this motherfucker Kai. I love Kai. I was like, yeah, man, I fuck with Kai. He's a great companion until I started to get into some rough battles. Then I realized this motherfucker ain't shit. He's a good talker. That's about it. But he ain't backing it up in combat, because he dies as soon as you get into any kind of real fight. He's already dead. He's like, it's over for me. And then you just see the enemies that were aggroed by him, they're coming towards you while you're fighting the boss, and then you getting your ass jumped by like 3 different enemies, and there's nothing you can do because this motherfucker want to take a nap on the ground. And I'm like, bro. So there was an update that supposedly buffed the companions, the update that was the day 1 patch.
Okay.
So I'm hoping I'm gonna see if that helped.
Okay.
But
I didn't really notice the companions being like horrible. They aren't the greatest, but I do know if you use their skills, they actually are pretty good. And I think in Kai's skill tree, he has one of the abilities you can unlock for him is like if he goes down, he could just automatically pick himself up.
Yeah.
But he has an ability where he like does like a ground pound to like an enemy that's really strong. So yeah, you definitely have to use their abilities.
So the reason I'm noticing this is because I've been going into areas that I'm not supposed to be in, fighting enemies that are way stronger than me.
Okay.
Which I will say I don't know how I feel about the experience system yet.
Yeah.
Because you get such little experience for killing enemies. That is kind of like there's no reason to really go out and grind. Which can be a good thing for some if you don't like grinding to level up, then there's really none there's no way to really grind to level up. You have to do quests to level up. So I don't know how I feel about that, because it's like, oh, I'm killing all these strong enemies early on, but I'm really not gaining anything from this at the end of the day. Although there's some good loot that you do gain for being in those areas, higher loot than you would normally get at where you're at.
Okay.
But that's why I'm noticing that this motherfucker Kai, he just like he's just dying. And I was streaming the game on Monday, I think. Yeah, it had to be Monday. I was streaming on Monday, and I was literally repeating this section where I definitely was not supposed to be. It was like a bunch of Zorups and like 2 bears, and they had 2 skulls or 3 skulls, which is the indicator for like how high of a level they are compared to you. Mm-hmm. So none of my attacks are really like, I can't stun anybody, and I'm literally just trying to use like my agility and my blocking to get me through. And like Kai is supposed to be keeping some of them busy while I take on the stronger enemy. I'm trying to take out the healer first, trying to take out the long range characters first, and I'm just like, Kai, just survive long enough so I can fight these guys. And then, but he goes down so fast, and then everyone's just like, I'm getting spears thrown at me, arrows shot at me, and them motherfuckers have the most accurate aim you have ever seen. With these damn projectiles. They do not miss.
Nah, not at all.
At least on hard. I don't know how it is on normal, but on hard they do not miss, and that shit was aggravating me. I replayed that section like 15 times, just getting mollywopped. But it's very fun, and I did end up overcoming it, so I like that. You can definitely skill, like if you have enough skill, you can make it through almost any encounter. So yeah, combat is also great, but another surprisingly great aspect of the game is the traversal, the platforming, quote unquote, and just the exploration as far as like just climbing and the sense of verticality. So once you make it to the dock and you get into the like outskirt town before you get to Paradise, they kind of invite you to start climbing on the roofs of these buildings off the rip. You see those little platforms with the rope hanging off, knowing that that's somewhere that you can climb, and you're just like, let me see what, like, let me just start climbing to see what happens. And you, like, right off the rip, I'm like scaling these roofs, jumping from roof to roof, and you'll see like, oh, this door is locked, but there's a broken piece of the roof here that I can drop in, and then you're able to actually get the items and treasure that was inside. And the exploration is definitely the highest point of this game, because just going off the beaten path, or even if you're following a mission, just looking around will get you so much as far as special items. You'll find some uniques, you'll find more lore or story elements, just a lot of notes to read that can give you insight. And then some of the notes that you find will basically change how your mission goes, because you can start a mission and then they're like, hey, just go here, do this, and come back. And if you literally just go there, do that, and then come back, cool. But you can also find an item, or you can find a note that kind of changes your perspective of the mission. And then you'll go into a conversation with your companion after finding, like, oh, so maybe, this person is doing something different than what she said, or maybe this person isn't really who we thought that they were, and like maybe we shouldn't do like exactly what they tell us to do, because then we'll probably end up getting involved in some shit. So just exploring, like the exploration inside missions, outside of missions, is really great. And that's why I ended up in places that I really didn't belong, just because I just wanted to see what was like, what is over here. Like it like I'm seeing this stuff, I'm like, this looks cool, let me just see what's going on over here. And yeah, I just been exploring, and I've gotten all like a bunch of unique items now, and there are quests where you'll also get unique weapons. I will say that I love the unique weapons, because they have like actual lore to them. Some of them are boss related, some of them you find in the world and they actually have their own lore for how they got there. Also like the environmental storytelling, where you'll like see you'll see a soldier and a dead bear with an axe in the bear's back. And you'll see like a note, or like you'll see that he had like a bounty or a mission that's like, hey, I got like, I have to fight this bear or something. Or it's like, oh, you'll see a note where the guy's like, I came here to do this, and you'll see his dead body. Or there was one where it was someone who was being hazed for a club that they were joining. And the note that he was like, you have to go find a bear egg. And then it was like someone scratched out "idiot" on it, because obviously bears don't lay eggs. And then he ended up dead, like trying to go find a bear egg. So there's a lot of that in terms of environmental storytelling as well. That's really cool to see. Like they don't really have anything to do with a mission or anything, but it just fleshes out the world even more. Yeah. So yeah, exploration is definitely a high point for me. But how are you feeling about the traversal and exploration?
Yeah, I like that your character can grab onto a lot of ledges. It's not just like certain ones. Yeah. It's almost anything that has like a ledge your character can grab onto. So I like that.
So I will say that they do not restrict you to what you can, like there's very little restrictions for the climbing, which is great. But there was a point where I climbed up somewhere, because I could climb basically anything as far as these these rocky edges, as long as they had some kind of ledge. I was able to climb it. But I did end up climbing somewhere that they obviously did not want me to be, because I walked 2 steps and I died instantly.
Oh no, okay.
So I'm actually gonna play the clip right now, because I took a clip of it because it was hilarious. I was so pissed. So I just like found this like I think I found like a unique, and I was equipping it, and I was like, man, what is up here? Because it looked climbable. I was like, man, this is a very climbable edge. And then I'm like, okay, and I walked 2 steps and I just fell over and died. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So I just put that clip on the screen.
That's funny.
But yeah, this game, so sorry, the climbing, definitely a win. But go ahead.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. And that's the second point, is like the game is it's more vertical than it is horizontal. I'll say that. It's like if you're just traversing the world, it's kind of the areas are big, but if you just sprint through them, and especially if you have like what's it called, like the shoes or whatever that gives you more speed in your movement, like you can get through it pretty quickly. Like I was thinking, like one of the markers was like 500 something away, right? And I was like, oh, that seems far, but like I got to it pretty fast. So it's like the world's pretty small horizontally, but vertically it's like there is a lot. You can climb whatever, like in the first town you go to, you can climb the houses. Like I was speaking earlier, you can climb like the lighthouse or the whatever it's called. But yeah, it's fun, man. I like it, and it's there's even a slide too, so there's a little bit of advanced movement here. You can dodge and stuff, so it's cool. I'm liking the
the dodge feels really good also.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm liking the game, man. I don't have many complaints, at least as of right now.
There's also a lot of caves and underwater
like underwater dungeon areas,
underwater paths that lead to other places. So that also has to go with the verticality, because you'll find areas under the map as well if you look. So yeah,
absolutely.
Is there anything else that we missed that you wanted to touch on?
Other than this is actually just like a funny little thought experiment, but you know, our boy Chuck, he actually joined my stream yesterday while I was playing. And all he said was Fable's better.
Yeah, he did tell me that. And then he literally, because I joined the chat after he did that.
Yeah.
And then he asked me, like, which do you think is better, Fable, or like which one do you think is gonna be better, Fable or Avowed? And I'm like, I mean, it's hard for me to imagine a world where Fable isn't like perceived as the better game.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, with Platinum and it being the graphical showcase, and also being the story-driven, cutscene-heavy type of RPG. So all of that combined, I was like, yeah, most likely Fable is gonna be like perceived as the better game. And he's like, then why your boy Subeg tripping it? Because he just wanted to argue with me for no reason. I was like, what are you talking about? So yeah. What happened?
Yeah, no, but it's just funny because I think I said in the stream, I was like, nah, I'd rather play this, but over the old Fable games. Obviously I don't know the newer one because it hasn't came out yet, but if you're giving me Fable 1, 2, or 3 or Avowed, I'm playing Avowed over all 3 of those games. But it just had me thinking, and I even wrote this down. I wrote this down while I was streaming. Is the game definitely, it kind of does feel a little bit like Fable in the fact that like the very little that I did play of Fable 1 and 2, it's like it is very like linear, but it's kind of open in that sense. It's obviously high fantasy, kind of like that. The humor is not the same, but there is humor in this game, in Avowed.
Yeah.
But the thing that it had me actually thinking was like, in a hypothetical world, right? Just hear me out here. Let's just say that this was PlayStation, right? And PlayStation had Fables coming out from Playground, and PlayStation had Avowed cooking, right? in my opinion, if the roles were reversed, I feel like they would have canceled Avowed because it's too much like Fable. What do you think about that?
Would they have canceled it?
Yeah.
I don't see that, just because they have a lot of games that are very similar to each other, just not RPGs, third person.
But if you think about it, like
games.
If you think about it, they didn't greenlight a new Resistance because it's too similar to Last of Us, right? Or that was one of the reasons given.
Yeah, but at the same time, well, I guess we're talking about newer PlayStation.
Yeah,
because they did have Killzone and Resistance going at the same time.
That is true.
And you can say that those were too similar. They had Drive Club and GT going.
Yeah, but they can Drive Club though, yeah, and then they can.
I mean, I think that was more because the reception of it wasn't good. I think if Drive Club would have scored like a GT, I think Drive Club would still be here today.
That might be a hot take.
Because I don't know, or they would have like transitioned Drive Club into its own kind of GT spinoff. Gran Turismo Horizon. That's
that could
yeah, I think if reception would have been great for Drive Club, we would have seen we would still be seeing Evolution Studios today. I think that was their name.
Got it. But that's just like a little thought experiment. Like the fact that we're getting a game that's not like huge, like AAA huge, where it's like crazy, production value, crazy set pieces, all this stuff. But it's more of like a smaller game. It's a little bit more intimate. I don't know. It's just it has a very special place, I think. And I think like looking forward in the future. People are gonna look more fondly on Avowed than maybe they are right now. But we'll see. I know the streets are enjoying it though. It has a 80% on Steam. But yeah, I'm liking it, man. I'm really enjoying my time with the game.
Now, how do you? Because there was like, I don't know if you know Synth Potato.
Okay.
Somewhat of a bigger Twitter account was comparing it to KCD and kind of dogging it because it has the static cutscenes. It's not the super detailed kind of game like a KCD is. It wasn't really doing the attention to detail as far as other aspects go. So he was comparing both games and kind of downing Avowed and saying that it doesn't feel like a game of this generation. So how do you feel about that aspect of it? Do you think,
I don't know.
or I should say, do you feel like this game, like, do you feel like it's okay to, or I don't know how to word this, but how do you feel about like games like this being compared to, obviously there's still an RPG, but it's a pretty different RPG in the grand scheme, different budgets, different
completely different engines too. It's hard to compare them in my opinion. Avowed is way faster than Kingdom Come, just in terms of how the combat is. Kingdom Come is more read and react type combat, whereas this one is definitely way more active. But they're different. I don't know. It's Kingdom Come is a little bit more of like a simulation type game versus like a fantasy. I don't know, like. I don't even know how to describe it. I don't see the comparison, but I could see how people can compare them though, because they're both like open world, open zone type games. Kingdom Come is definitely just open world straight up, but I don't know. I mean, they're different in my opinion. They're for different audiences.
Yeah, I tend to, because there are like the videos like, oh, look at, because they also are comparing it to Skyrim as well, and
Yeah.
I do get a little disappointed when I do see like the comparisons to Skyrim in terms of the attention to details and effects that a Skyrim was doing, like how you could flame the water and then you see steam coming out, or you can see the burning textures on the ground, and that does like disappoint me when a game that is coming out this far after is not doing those things. But at the same time, when I'm actually playing the game, it's not like hampering my fun.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, they make these comparisons and talk, but they actually don't. One, a lot of these people who are talking aren't even playing the game. Two, the ones who like I don't know what they're looking for, because there's a lot of things that obviously Avowed is doing much better than Skyrim, much better than KCD, that they won't talk about. And it's always the things that are kind of in your face, like, oh, the cutscenes, you know, and those are things that have nothing to do with actual gameplay, but it's something that's in your face, and it's the pretty thing, like, oh, it's the shiny toy, because everyone loves cutscenes, high quality cutscenes, but the things that matter to me are, at the end of the day, the gameplay, and that's where Avowed shines the most. Which is why when I was seeing a lot of the criticisms being about the story and not the gameplay, and a lot of people praising the gameplay, I was like, oh, I know for sure Avowed is going to be a game for me, because gameplay always comes first at the end of the day.
Yep.
So yeah, that's Avowed. So that's the warm up.
Yep.
But we do have a second warm up.
Okay.
I said top 10 in the chat, but I think we're just gonna do top 7.
Okay.
So it usually happens the longer you get into a generation. You just kind of, there were great games that you played towards the beginning of the generation that a lot of people kind of forget about after that year passes. Like there, you know, there's always the games that make it into the game of the year, but then there are the honorable mentions that kind of get forgotten. And I just wanted to kind of bring up some of those games from the past, those forgotten gems of this generation. And just both of us are gonna list 7 games that we think are some gems from this generation that a lot of people are forgetting about. So I'll let you start off. I guess we'll go one for one.
One for one?
Yeah.
3, 4. Let me just make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I have 7 here. So I'll just go bottom down. What would you say the cutoff is? Do you think the Switch maybe is the cutoff or not?
I was gonna say just 2020. Starting
2020?
Yeah.
Okay, let me just make sure this game came out in 2020. This came out in 2019. Okay, so this, I was gonna say My Friend Pedro, but that's probably a PS4 title.
Yeah, I think that was a year before.
I'll go with, my first one is Outriders.
Okay, Outriders. That was the first big third-party Game Pass release.
Yup.
But yeah,
that was fun.
Yeah, I enjoyed Outriders a lot. I think we were like a few missions off from beating it, me and Spitta.
Yeah.
But we were getting washed at this one mission, and I refused to lower the world level, and then we just kind of stopped playing. But yeah, that game was great. I would even go to say it was the best Destiny clone out there.
Okay.
Even though it didn't try to be a live service game, which I feel like was a missed opportunity for them, because they could have just kept dropping expansions and content and it could have been big for them.
Yeah.
But yeah, the combat felt really good. I loved the fact that they were going for a offense type of cover. It wasn't like there was cover in the game.
Yeah.
But cover was like a means of like, oh, you're about to die, you have to cover to regenerate.
Yeah.
But the whole antithesis of the game was that you needed to kill to survive.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a very offensive approach, and I love that about the game.
Absolutely. Yeah. It was definitely offense oriented. Like, you needed to be moving. You needed to always be constantly moving and shooting and stuff. That was fun.
All right. So for my first pick, I will say Nobody Saves the World. So this is an action RPG. I don't know how to describe this game actually. I'm guessing it's definitely an RPG in some aspects. I'll say it's an action RPG, kind of. It's like a 2D action RPG. Very unique art style, very cartoony, more like Adult Swim kind of animated cartoon. But yeah. It's so you are nobody, like that is who you are.
Mm-hmm.
And as nobody, you are able to basically take the bodies of different enemies and become those enemies, and then you basically will level up that enemy that you are until you gain some new abilities. But as you gain abilities and level up that character, you'll then be able to you'll gain new characters that you can morph into, and you basically go through this loop of finding new new creatures, roles, because there's roles from you start off as a rat, and then you're a horse, and then you're a soldier, and then you're a wizard. But you're like, there are all these different, I think there's over like 50 of them at least that you can become by the end of the game. And it's really good. Like the gameplay loop is super satisfying. It says you're always switching to new characters. It always feels like that, like a new experience every time you switch to a new character. The dungeons are really fun, and then depending, like, you literally will go through certain dungeons where you'll have to switch to different abilities, or sorry, not abilities, but different characters to be able to traverse or like make it easier for you to get through those dungeons. So I love that game. I really need to finish it. I actually once it left Game Pass.
Yeah.
But I ended up buying it on the last sale, so I'm probably gonna pick it back up.
Okay.
To finish it off, and I also got the DLC as well. So that's definitely a game that I feel should get more attention. I remember being Colin Moriarty's like game of the year that year when it came out. Even though me and Colin be beefing, but you know, I respect his taste somewhat.
Sure.
All right, what you got?
Yeah, I had Nobody Saves the World on my list too. But since I'm thinking of more games, I'll just keep that for your list. I'll erase that. The next game I want to bring up. Oh, I gotta erase Astral Chain too because that came out in 2019. What do I still want? 2, 3. Okay, the next game I have is Remnant 2.
Okay.
Definitely, it actually is one of the first Unreal Engine 5 games that I really played outside of Fortnite. That's actually a beautiful looking game. I remember it performing pretty good too on the Xbox. Never really played it on the PC, but yeah, this is like a Souls-like shooter that you can play in co-op. That's pretty much like the main thing that draws in people into these type of games. But I love the fact that it's co-op. The gunplay feels pretty good. It also has some melee combat. It's kind of a looter shooter in a sense. But yeah, I thought the worlds were really unique. The gameplay was fun. The story was pretty much nonsense. I don't really even remember it. But yeah, you play the game for the gameplay. If you have friends to play it with, it's a fun game. I liked it. I enjoyed my time with it.
Okay. All right. Let me see. I'll go a little. I feel like this game had a big moment when it came out, but has kind of been it hasn't really come up a lot when people talk about this generation's best games, and that is Tales of Arise. One of my favorite JRPGs and kind of the revitalization of the Tales of franchise.
Yeah.
So this game, after the Tales of franchise became very stagnant, we used to get releases like every 2 years, and they kind of did not have the same quality control as a Symphony or Vesperia or the Xillia. Basically, after the Xillia series, it kind of just went downhill. Zestiria was really bad. Everyone hated that one. Berseria was it was better for sure, but it wasn't high quality either. Yeah. And it seemed like they just kept using the same engine that just never upgraded. So there was a lot that a lot of Tales of fans were just not really jiving with. So they took some time and they did what a lot of franchises should do when it starts to get stagnant. They took the time, they took their resources and built a new engine, new art style, and it paid off fully because it also improved combat, made a more open, not really open world because there were zones and hubs, but they were very big open hubs. And yeah, they improved almost every aspect of this game. This is one of the, you know me, I don't 100% games, and I don't really care for like going for the 100%, but I wanted to stay in this game, even though the main story was like 80 hours. Like, I wanted, maybe not 80, it was like 60 plus hours. It might have actually been 80 hours, I'm not gonna lie. It was pretty fucking long. Like,
yeah,
you know a game is like, you know, a JRPG is long when they hit you with a season 2 in the middle of the fucking game. Like, literally the story takes place and you get to a part where you feel like this is where it's gonna end, but then there's a whole nother part to the game. Like the story takes another turn after you feel like you done defeated the final boss. Yeah. And it literally gives you a season 2 intro to the game. So that now every time you open the game, you get this intro instead of the original intro. So you're in season 2 of this
That's
game.
hella funny.
Like I was like, bro, they
had a DLC.
Huh?
And they had a DLC.
Yeah, and I really need to finish the DLC. I didn't really have access to my Xbox when the DLC came out, and that's where I played it. And it is not play anywhere, so the DLC did not carry over to the PC version.
Ooh,
so
damn.
That's the only reason that I haven't really played the DLC. But now I do have access to my Xbox, so I might have to do it.
Give it a go, yeah.
But yeah, I 100% this game. I played over 120 hours to do that. Yeah. The final boss, piece of shit. I hate him. Or the secret boss, I should say, like the final 100% boss.
Yeah.
Complete asshole. Hate him. he literally has this fucking attack that's on the level of Sephiroth in Kingdom Hearts. That's just you literally, it's a one shot basically.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do about it. You will die. Like you have no choice but to die. And you just have to hope that one of your NPCs does not get caught in it so that they can revive you. But you, the player, will die like automatically if you get hit by this. I'm like, what kind of bullshit is this? No, oh, that's what it is. He freezes time, and then while the time is frozen, you can't do anything, and he just starts destroying everyone until you're able to move again, and you just gotta hope that he doesn't get through every single person. So I was like, bro, like I hated that man, but I got to level 100, maxed out my characters. Like that game is my favorite JRPG of this generation.
Okay.
So yeah, Tales of Arise. Give it nice. A go. It's well worth. And I will say that Tales of is that's my Final Fantasy now. Like that's the peak of high quality AAA JRPGs for me.
Okay.
Cannot wait for the next Tales of game.
Yeah, that's definitely one I need to go back and revisit for sure. I remember loving like the art style and how the world looked and stuff like that, but I forgot what made me want to bounce off of that game. It might have just been like the enemies were spongy, you know, stuff like that.
So at the beginning, combat is not that great until you get a full party of 4 and you're able to do like the special arts. Once you start getting your combat arts and you get a full squad of 4 and you're able to do links with your with these special arts, that's when it's very Xenoblade in that aspect, where it takes a while for the combat to fully come together.
Yeah,
but once it does, it's very satisfying.
Okay. Yeah, I should give it another chance for sure.
It's on Game Pass, everybody. Game Pass.
Actually, I think it left Game Pass.
Oh, it's not on Game Pass, everybody.
Yeah, but you can buy it though. That's one of the games that I bought on physical on PlayStation, I believe. Let me see. Yeah, I have it on PlayStation. That's one of those. But I actually think it runs better on the Xbox too. I think it's also one of those.
Oh yeah, it did. I remember that.
Yeah,
it actually ran noticeably better on the Xbox.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay, Tales of Arise, good pick. You know, I might just actually no, I'll just go with. I was gonna say Exoprimal. I'm not gonna lie, but I wouldn't say it was great. Definitely isn't a great game, but now you know I'll go with a different answer. Since you said Tales of Arise, I'll say Scarlet Nexus. That game was really fun. It had really good combat as well. Also a really unique world. I remember the thing that stood out the most for Scarlet Nexus was the character or the enemy designs.
Mm-hmm.
They were really like cool and interesting.
It had there's an anime called Madoka Magica.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of it?
Never heard of it.
Okay, so this was.
I'll write it down though.
Yeah, you should watch it blindly and give it go with an open mind, because
Okay.
it's a magical girl anime, but it's the most twisted, demented anime you'll also ever watch also.
Okay.
And they definitely do not shy away from very like going dark with that one, even though it's like cutesy girls. They like the designs of these witches, which are the enemies in that show, is very reminiscent of Scarlet Nexus, and I feel like that's kind of where they got the inspiration for that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I gotta give it a look.
So yeah, sorry, what were you saying about Scarlet Nexus?
Yeah, the game is cool. I really hope that they try to give it a sequel. I don't know if it sold all that great, but it definitely is a good concept. I remember the thing also another thing that I didn't really like was how the story was told, which it's more of like a storybook. More of like a storybook type of storytelling instead of like giving you like cutscenes and like stuff like that. But yeah, no, that's a good one though. That's a good one, and I always see that game like on sale like $8, like super cheap. So yeah, give it a look.
All right. So let me see. I'm just trying to see. Okay. So this game is a gem for me, and I don't think this is a game that a lot of people played or that a lot of people would probably enjoy. But for me, this game was like this game made my Series X, because it was a day one Game Pass drop, and I believe it was on day one of the Series X. If not day one, it was very early on in the generation. I think it was literally a launch title. It was one of the third party launch titles for the Series X. And this game is Haven, from the developers of Fury. This is Game Bakers. Yeah, the Game Bakers. They made the game Fury, if you remember that one, with the Afro Samurai art director, or the artist who did Afro Samurai also did that game.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Game Bakers, they made this action game RPG. It's definitely an RPG. It's turn-based combat, a turn-based RPG, and I think it'll be better to just put gameplay up because it's kind of hard to describe. So basically, the premise of this game is that you play as these two characters who are basically they have eloped, and they have run away from their home planet because they weren't supposed to be together, and they chose to be together on a volatile planet with all of these dangerous monsters, and live together as a couple, then stay where they would have to be separated.
Yeah.
And I loved that concept of it. This is probably my favorite video game couple like ever, because they actually felt authentic. Like their dialogue, their romance, their love for each other always felt super authentic, and it felt real. It felt like people who have actually been in a relationship made this game. And so for the most part, the gameplay is that you're kind of jetting around these very open areas. The art style is like the world is very empty. You'll come across a few creatures every now and then, but for the most part, it's a very just empty, wide open landscape. And it's been so long that I'm forgetting like what the actual words are for everything, but there's this energy source that you're kind of going around collecting. You're kind of using these jet boots to collect this energy, and that's what you're using to power the ship that you're kind of living in, and you're basically trying to build upgrades, or you're like, things keep coming up like, oh, there's something wrong with the ship, we have to go out, find a part to fix it. And that's why you end up going out to explore the world. So you go out and you'll end up going into these combat situations with these volatile monsters, and it's turn-based. You basically will, it's real time, or like ATB, kind of like Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, or not 9, because that one's 9 is also ATB. So if you're familiar with like the Final Fantasy like 6 through 8, then you know what kind of RPG it is. And you're on a time gauge where you'll be able to attack with each character. They have their own gauge. And then you'll also be able to do like team attacks to basically deal more damage when you are in combat. But there's also this substance that's kind of turning the monsters, or the creatures, I guess. They're not really monsters until they come in contact with this red sludge. It was kind of like the gunk, if the gunk was actually good. You feel me?
The gunk, yeah.
But yeah, so I loved, like, the combat wasn't the best. The actual like jetting around and traversal, and you could do tricks like once you like boost over mountains and stuff, you can do some cool tricks and stuff. And I just loved the atmosphere of this world. I loved the two characters so much that the combat just being kind of basic really didn't matter to me. I just wanted to, like, I just enjoyed these characters and the story and the atmosphere, and just, it was really like a kind of turn your brain off, just going through and collecting, like clearing up all the sludge and just grinding through the stage and collecting the resources. It was a very kind of therapeutic experience, and I believe this was the first game that I beat on my Series X when I first got it. Also amazing looking on an OLED. It looks gorgeous on OLED.
Okay.
So yeah, Haven, definitely a Valentine's Day game. You know, we still in Valentine's season. If you a certified lover boy, check this game out. It is a one of the greatest love stories in a game I've played.
Sure.
All right. So, what you got? What's next?
Yes. The next one I will say is, I'm sorry, my game's doesn't have too many indie games, but this the next one I have is, I'll say, Plague Tale Requiem. A very good, like, story-based puzzle adventure kind of action game. I really enjoyed it. It's super immersive. The game graphically is gorgeous. Wherever you play it, it performs well. Definitely, if you play Requiem, to play the first one first, though, because you do get a lot of story from playing the first one. You might it might not. Some of the stuff that happens in Requiem might not hit as hard for you if you didn't play the first one, but yeah, I don't have much to say other than I really love this game actually. I probably should go back and give it a replay, just because I love me some story-based games, especially ones that are shorter. They're not too long, but yeah, Plague Tale Requiem.
I wanted to get Requiem because I saw that they went a lot further with the gameplay. But I was trying to beat Innocence first, and I kind of I played Innocence multiple times, and I had like a whole year to beat Innocence before Requiem came out, and I would like play for like 5 hours. No, I wouldn't say 5 hours because the game's like 10 hours. I played for like 1 hour, and then I would like put it down for like 2 months, and I'd come back, and then I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna get through it this time. I'll play for another 2 hours, and most time I'd be like, well, I forgot what happened at the beginning, so let me just start over again. And I just could not make it through the first game. But I wanted to play the second game really badly. Yeah. But I don't want to skip either. I want to know what happens in the story.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I recommend them. They're good. They're like kind of like weekend games. You can beat them in like 1 or 2 sittings. Maybe one.
I thought this one was a little longer.
Yeah, the second one is longer. It's I would say the first one's maybe like you can do in like two sittings, but the second one definitely not. You probably gonna, it's probably more like a 3-4 day type game if you're bum rushing it. But I tend to play story based games like chapter by chapter. Like I'm okay, like once I finish one chapter, I'm okay with like putting it down for a little bit and then picking it back up, kind of like I am doing with indie. But yeah, Plague Tale Requiem, good game.
Should have won Game of the Year.
But they put it out on it's on Game Pass. They put it on PlayStation Plus 1 month. It's cheap on Steam, so it's not an expensive game.
Yeah, I remember it was between this or God of War, Ragnarok. Wait, what won in 2022? Was it? No, Elden Ring won in 2022.
Ring, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why do I feel like this game got snubbed?
I don't think it was nominated.
No, it was nominated. It was definitely a nominee for Game of the Year.
2022, right?
Yeah, 2022.
Let's see. How do I look at the nominees? Yeah, it had 5. Now, Stray had more nominations though.
Fucking Stray.
Forbidden West had more nominations too.
Yeah, both. Yeah, they can eat a dick with that. Don't remind me of Stray, bro. Do not remind me of Stray.
My bad.
Easy way to get my blood boiling.
Yeah, that game was not good.
That was if you want to talk about industry plants, that game was the biggest industry plant I've ever seen in my life. All right, so what is my next game? Okay. Damn. All right, well, how many did we do so far?
I think we've done...
You just did 3 or 4.
4, yeah.
You just did your 4th?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm on my 4th. That means I have 3 more after. I need to make sure I don't over. Okay. All right, so this one actually came out before the generation, but it was still 2020. But I think it's worth mentioning because it's a really good game and still is today worth picking up. Risk of Rain 2.
Oh, okay.
Gotta shout out Risk of Rain 2. This
Absolutely.
was an amazing roguelike co-op action third-person shooter. This game has some of the best like gameplay loop for a roguelike, especially for a co-op one. It's very fun to play with friends. It is definitely just to kind of turn your mind off and just play through these waves. It's very challenging, especially if you take too long to loot or to find the fucking portal or whatever the thing is where the boss is. But yeah, there's multiple different characters, and you keep unlocking new characters. They also had a big expansion that added some more characters, so there's a lot of content there, and all the characters play completely differently. Some of them are long range, kind of step back and shoot. Some of them you're just gonna have to get up close and personal. Some of them are very defensive, and you can take a lot of hits. You can tank. And it's great trying to find your style and then meshing that with other players. It kind of gives you that raiding feel if you really work together with your teammates to kind of build a team that can basically complement each other. So yeah, this game is really fun. There's also a really good sense of verticality in this game. They don't really keep you on the ground. You can basically climb all of the giant fixtures and mountains that you see. So yeah, Risk of Rain 2 is a great choice for sure.
Okay. Yeah, that game is fun. The game is a ton of fun. My next one, I will go with, even though this is a popular franchise, I don't think that these games get talked about enough for being like really fun action games, but I'm gonna say Jedi Survivor. This game is a really good game. I think it was like the way that people talk about God of War Ragnarok is I feel like the way that they should be talking about Jedi Survivor, like, because I think like the worlds are way more fun.
I feel like people talk about this more than they talk about Ragnarok, though.
You think so?
I don't think this is a forgotten game at all.
I feel like it is, bruh. I don't think like, but you know, okay. That's fair. That's fair. I could pick a different one. Let's see. No, that came out in 2018. I'll just go with my next one then. I will say Guardians of the Galaxy by Eidos. Yeah, the game is I remember it being like a very fun, just like story based like type of game with like enjoyable enough combat. I really like very linear type games like this. Like I'll always have a soft spot for games like this. But yeah, it was fun. I remember it being kind of like Final Fantasy remake ish.
Yeah, very.
Somewhere around there.
Definitely a worse version, but it had the elements of it.
Yeah, definitely a dumbed down version of it. But I thought the story was good. It had good writing. Square Enix definitely did not do this one justice. But yeah, I thought it was really good.
Okay. So yeah, I also played Guardians of the Galaxy. I played it later for sure. I think it was 2023,
Sure.
like early 2023 when I finally got around to playing it. I bought it. I had it. I think I still have it wrapped up. Like it's still in the plastic wrap because I bought it physically. But then
Okay.
I think I had like Cyberpunk or something in my disc tray and I didn't want to take it out. So I just never got around to playing this game. But yeah, played it in 2023 and I enjoyed it a lot. It was actually pretty good. One of the best renditions of Guardians of the Galaxy from the comics, the movies, it's literally up there with the best renditions of this franchise. All the characters are like every character stands out. There's no like none of them feel annoying. Even though they're very different from the movie, they still feel in character at all times, which is great. It doesn't feel like that Avengers kind of uncanny, like ill. Like this just feels like Temu versions of them. No, like these all feel authentic, even though they're very different from the movie versions. So yeah, I love this game. I did not finish it though. I got to the end of it, which is a common theme for me. I literally got to the end and then I just decided I'm not gonna finish it.
Okay.
So yeah, I need to get around to that.
Okay.
Actually, okay. I know exactly what happened. It was leaving Game Pass. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to beat it before it leaves Game Pass. I got very close, but then I didn't beat it before it left Game Pass. And then I was like, I'm going to wait for it to go on sale and I'm going to buy it and finish it. And that never happened. So yeah, eventually I'll get around to finishing this game, hopefully. All right. Next, so for me, this game, I always say that this game did not get the flowers it deserved. Those flowers. So this is I always say that this game was basically this was XXX Tentacion when he made Look Up, and then or was it wait, what was it? No. What was the song called?
Is it Jocelyn Flores?
No. It's the one that Drake stole his flow. Fuck on me.
Look at me.
That's what it was. Look at me. Not Look Up. It was Look at Me. So, and then Drake stole his flow, and like he made that song where he stole his flow, but obviously Drake's version ended up being the one that was popular. This was that, bro. Like this game did everything that another game got all the praise for.
Okay.
And this game got none of the recognition for it.
Okay.
And that game is Wasteland 3. Wasteland 3 was the high quality AAA CRPG with co-op. The same thing that Baldur's Gate 3 was, with high levels of choice and consequence.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I would say the only thing that like before CRPG, the production value for this game was pretty high quality. It wasn't, obviously Baldur's Gate 3 came out later and the production value was much higher.
Yeah.
But for its time, there was no CRPG that came close to Wasteland 3 in terms of quality, in terms of its choices and consequences. It's the fact that it was you could play it co-op, and even the co-op you could have differing choices and consequences that could end up like you could end up going against your co-op partner. Like that's how deep the co-op in this game. And I complained about how Baldur's Gate 3 co-op is actually pretty shitty.
Yeah, because shallow, for sure.
Yeah, it's shallow because they basically treat everyone as the main character. It doesn't give you a separate character. You're all just playing one character basically.
Yeah.
This one, you like the co-op is real. Like you're two different characters with two. You can have two completely different motives, and like you can literally end up killing your co-op partner if y'all disagree enough. So I will say Wasteland 3 did not get, like, this game should have got the Baldur's Gate 3 level love, and this is the return of CRPGs, and this is the holy grail of, like, all of that should have been Wasteland 3. But no, not even close. And I will chalk that up to it being pretty buggy when it did launch.
Okay.
So it was partially fault of the developer / publisher, in Exile and Xbox, because I remember it was pretty broken, and then the co-op was like completely broken. Like it would basically crash if you were playing co-op. But if you were able to put up with it, or if you just waited like a month after it got patched, this game was Baldur's Gate 3 before Baldur's Gate. Obviously not fantasy, more sci-fi, modern. But yeah, this is a top tier CRPG, and a lot of people slept on it. And I really don't know why, because this game, even like CRPG people in RPG heads slept on this game. But especially the DLCs for this game, this is an amazing RPG that everybody should play, especially if you played Baldur's Gate. Obviously cutscenes are gonna, if you like, cutscenes are not gonna be as good, but the storytelling, the choices and consequences, the dialogue options, everything is just as good as Baldur's Gate. So everyone, give this game a shot. It's still in Game Pass, but it's also worth a purchase. It goes on sale often. So yeah,
for sure. Yeah. Sick. Yeah, Wasteland 3 is one of those games I need to go back to for sure. I had started it, like, I think me and my boy started it at a save in like 2021. I remember we got like 10, 15 hours into it, and we just kind of stopped playing. But yeah, no, that game was a lot of fun, and yeah, the choice and consequence in that game is crazy. It's definitely something that's missing in a lot of games nowadays for sure. But yeah, that's a good pick, man. My next one is we only got 2 more left, right?
Yeah, 2 more.
Let's kind of wanted to do a multiplayer game, so I'm gonna do Chivalry 2. Even though it was popular for a minute, when it came out, I think it popped off for a little bit, maybe for like a week or 2. But it's a first person, like, medieval combat, PvP stuff, but it's a fun time though. It's goofy. You can throw like your spears and stuff like that. So it's a really goofy game, but I enjoy it though. It came out in 2021, I believe. It's on all platforms. I think it's still on Game Pass too. But yeah, it's a fun time, especially if you're looking for like a multiplayer PvP type game to just squad up with the boys and play. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I remember when the first Chivalry came out. It was published by Activision, and it was called Chivalry Medieval Warfare, and it was basically like supposed to be Call of Duty but medieval.
Yeah,
I always thought that was hilarious. But the first game was great, but this one just improved on everything, and that the first person combat is actually really deep if you get into it. Some of the fights that you can, if like the high level fights, like this video that's playing now, are actually pretty like crazy. But yeah, even if you're not looking to be a pro, it's just funny to just go around and sneak up while someone third party and just like chop someone's head off. Like, yeah, this game is great. And when it came to Game Pass. Actually, I actually bought it before it came to Game Pass. I remember buying it around launch and had a lot of fun with this game for a solid month or so.
Sure.
So yeah, Chivalry 2. All right. Let's see. What? All right, my last two. I gotta make it. Let's see. I'm trying to look through my indies because that's where.
Yeah, my last one's an indie.
Okay. I don't know, man. It's hard now. There's too many that I can choose, but all right, for my, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna go not indie with this one.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to one that a lot of people slept on just because it was kind of a standalone expansion, but I think it deserved to. It was overlooked because it was kind of an expansion, but it actually had a lot going for it, especially at the launch of the console, and that is Gears 5 Hive Busters. This game, when people were asking where is the Xbox Series X's showcase for the Series X, like where's the graphical showcase?
Yeah,
the graphical showcase was Hive Busters, and a lot of people just overlooked it because it was just like, oh, this is just some expansion that's not even the characters from like the original Gears 5. It's not really a part of that story. So why would anyone want to play that? But one, they were pulling up, like they were doing a lot of great ideas with this one. Like it felt like they were testing out some things to see how they would work. But this was also the first next gen like look for Gears before this game was even more high quality than the Series X version of Gears 5. Like Hive Busters was built from the ground up for the Series X, and you could tell the environments, the like the detail in the environments was crazy. The foliage, the draw distance, everything about this game was A1 when it came to graphics, and this was the best looking game on the Series X. This was the showcase for that. So, but even just not even talking about graphics, like the ability and upgrade system that they had for this, and then the 4 playable characters, and I think they had like different classes for each as well. They were testing out some ideas that hadn't really been in the Gears franchise, but they worked really well with this game, and it was very short. It was like 4 to 5 hours, maybe 6 hours, but it was actually a more enjoyable experience to me than the actual Gears 5, even in that short package. So yeah, Gears 5 Hive Busters, I felt a lot of people overlooked, and y'all should probably go back, give it a shot. Even if you didn't play Gears 5, you can kind of just play this as a standalone story. It's worth it, honestly.
For sure. Is that your last one?
That's 6.
Okay, but this is my last one though, right?
Yes.
Okay. So my last one is an indie game. It's a little game called Chained Echoes. It was on Game Pass for a little bit, but it's not on Game Pass anymore. But I remember from what I played of this game, it was great. It kind of like rivaled like something like Octopath Traveler or something like that. You know, it's maybe not the same art style, but it has like that same like.
It was the Sea of Stars before Sea of Stars.
Exactly. The Sea of Stars before Sea of Stars. But yeah, it's this gorgeous little indie game. It had a cool little story. It had a cool little unique like hook to it, being like kind of like mechs mixed with dragons, mixed with fantasy stuff. It was this cool like little aesthetic, and I enjoyed what I played of it. Definitely got to go back to it and beat it. But yeah, this one's very underlooked. I think not a lot of people mentioned this one for turn-based RPGs, JRPGs specifically. But yeah, say Chained Echoes.
Yeah, I had a lot on my plate when this game came out, and I just never got a chance to actually give it a shot. But
yeah,
it definitely. I need to eventually play this one.
Yeah, no, this one was great.
All right, my last one. Okay, so my last one, bro. All right, number one greatest forgotten game of this generation. It's Concord, baby. Concord is number one. Oh my god, it's very, very much forgotten, but we will never forget what Concord did for us. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. It's not Concord.
Yeah.
Destruction All-Stars, baby. Don't forget that this was the first live service game for the PlayStation 5. Greatest live service game. We don't need Twisted Metal. We got this at home. All right. No, I'm just kidding. It's not that either. Foam Stars, baby. You already... All right. I'm just kidding. I'm going to stop.
This guy.
All right. Godfall, baby.
Oh, no.
I ain't never gonna let y'all forget. Y'all gonna remember them games that y'all was hyping up. Okay, but for
you missed one. Babylon's Fall.
Babylon's Fall, baby. That was 2020. Babylon's Fall, baby.
Yeah.
All right. First of all, no, I'm just kidding. Okay. So I have to put out an honorable mention first. Because this was my favorite multiplayer game of the generation. But it was shut down. And that game is Knockout City. This, I logged over 500 hours into Knockout City across Switch and Series X when it came out. This game was just like it was amazing. Like it was basically a dodgeball multiplayer game, but it had so much depth to it. And I used to play this game for hours every day when it came out. But the depth of this game was definitely like most live service games. Content was light at launch, and there was just not enough updates fast enough. Like the updates were just coming too slow. But I still think about this game all the time because it was so good, bro. Like, especially getting into like ranked and playing like later the later matches. This was basically like how I felt about Rocket League when it first came out. And I don't really like, there's not too many multiplayer games where I actually stick with it. for a long time outside of Rocket League, and in most like the Nintendo ones like Smash and Mario Kart and stuff like that. But this one got me, bro. Like, I was hooked on this game for so long, and yeah, I still wish that this game was alive to this day, because, and like, I wish there was a way that at least we could still play it. I think you can if you can get a group together, but I don't have a group. I mean, I could probably find some groups online to play with, but it's not the same, bro. But yeah, this game has so much potential. Like, I love this game. One of my favorites of the generation, even with it being shut down. I still think about this game. So Knockout City is definitely up there. All right. Do I have any other honorable mentions before I pick my last game? Maybe not. Wait a minute, this didn't come in 2020. Fuck. Okay, never mind. I don't know what my last one is now, because I thought that was a 2020 game. Yeah. That was 2019. Okay, new plan. All right, actually, okay, I'll pick this one. So, all right, so yeah, I'll pick this one. So we all know 2022, the year Xbox died, and then they were resuscitated. But yes, 2022 was the worst year for Xbox, the drought. But there was a silver lining at the very end of 2022 that dropped, that actually became the biggest, the first time we really got like a metric from Xbox, the biggest single player game on Game Pass. And that game was High on Life by Squanch Games. And this game blew up on and off of Game Pass because of the creators, or the voice actor for Morty. I forget his name, but he's also one of the heads of the, or at least he used to be before some allegations came out, which he was acquitted of. So, you know, free my man. But yeah, he was one of the founders of Squanch Games, and obviously he was a voice actor in there as well. They also had JB Smoove among some other voice actors and actors in this game. But the whole premise was that you were a bounty hunter that was using these talking guns, and the humor on this, I mean, if you're into that type of humor, was very funny. Like, this was a very hilarious game, and we don't get too many genuinely like trying to be hilarious games in a sense of like Avowed has funny moments, Outer Worlds has funny moments, but you don't get this type of just insane comedy where the whole vision of the game is the comedy anymore. It's like South Park Stick of Truth. It's like the last one I can think of. But yeah, this game is definitely comedy first, but the gameplay was actually pretty solid as well. I love the kind of Metroidvania. I wouldn't say Metroidvania, but you would get new guns, which would give you different power-ups. You would get a grappling hook, and then you would get, what was the next one? They had, I forgot what the other gun did, but you would get another gun, and then you would gain another power. You'd go to a different planet to hunt down a new bounty. They had one that was kind of like a needler. They had these, yeah, they all the guns actually felt unique to play with, and they had different abilities. The platforming was actually pretty good, especially for a first person game. They didn't really slack on the gameplay. Like, I'm not gonna say it was the greatest, like, it's not the greatest first person shooter you'll play. It's not Halo tight, but it felt good to play either way. And the boss battles were actually the highlights for sure, because they were actually pretty challenging and had a lot of different variations, and you had to use all of your abilities to kind of beat them in a Zelda-like way. So yeah, High on Life, man. I think this was actually a pretty great game, and one of the first big successes for Game Pass, especially for a single player game.
Sure.
All right.
Nice.
Oh wait, you already did your last one.
Yeah.
I was like, what about you? Like, any honorable mentions for you, since I had one?
I don't know if you'd consider this a small game, but I'll say TMNT Shredder's Revenge was a really fun title.
Yeah.
It came out in 2022, I think.
I mean, that game's still getting DLC, so I don't think it's that forgotten.
Okay. But yeah, no, nothing else really. I had Octopath Traveler 2 as one, but I don't think that that's really a small game either. Maybe Ayuden Chronicles could be one. That definitely has gotten underlooked, especially for the Suikoden crowd. I know a lot of people are looking forward to the new Suikoden stuff, but yeah, no, not much, really.
I didn't like Ayuden Chronicles.
No worries.
But it was more because the localization team just fucked that game over really bad.
Sure. Maybe a game like Ready or Not could be one of those, as like a simulation tactical shooter type game. I know that game has gone underlooked for sure, and as like one of those. But
are you sure? I feel like we got different ideas of like forgotten, because Ready or Not, I think Ready or Not is still like a 20,000, 30,000 kind of concurrent game even today.
Yeah. Let me see. Charts. Let's see. Ready or Not. Concurrent players. It's at 4,000.
Okay.
6,000.
Yeah, I remember at one point it was still like up there, but maybe it's fallen off now. So maybe.
No worries.
Did Ready or Not ever come to consoles?
Nah.
Okay.
Still just on PC.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, me too.
All right, so that's our segment. So let's get into some news.
Sure.
All right, let's get into the first topic, or the first news topic, I should say. Fairgames by Haven Studios has reportedly been pushed back to 2026. So it seems like it was actually supposed to be coming out this year, but now it has been pushed. So this is coming from Lords of Gaming, the home team. And this is hold on. I didn't even know who wrote this article. Bruh. Coming from Subeg himself, Subagels with the article. Fairgames pushed to 2026. That's crazy. I did not know that you wrote this. That's hilarious. All right. what is Fairgames? Fairgames is a title that is being developed by Sony's nascent Canadian. Look, I'm already messing up. Canadian studio Haven. This project has been in development for quite some time. Revealed in early 2023, Fairgames is a title that we do not know much about. In the PlayStation blog post, it was being touted as a modern take on the heist genre. Outside of the few screenshots and the CGI trailer, information about the game is sparse. Outside looking in, this game aims to be more PvE, akin to Helldivers 2, but there's still much we do not know about. What perspective will the game take place in? Will it be more over the shoulder, or will it take on a first-person perspective? Another question that comes to mind is, when will gameplay finally get shown? These are questions that ring in my head when I think of this game. February's PlayStation State of Play brought a ton of third-party trailers and highlighted their cool initiatives such as the China Hero project. But their previously announced first-party live service game, namely Marathon and Fairgames, were absent. So what's going on? Potentially pushed to 2026. So on episode 385 of Game Mess, industry vet Jeff Grubb and his co-host Mike Minotti were speaking about the recent state of play. Their chat had asked Jeff about Fairgames, and his response was no Fairgames this year. Fairgames, as far as I'm aware, has been pushed to 2026. This gives us some answers as to why the game did not show up in the recent state of play. It may just need more time in the oven. It shines light on the fact that next year will be a much bigger year for PlayStation Studios. The titles slated for 2026 are Wolverine from Insomniac, the newly announced Soros from Housemarque, Marathon from Bungie, and now Fairgames from Haven. This brings the number to at least 4 first-party titles shipped in 1 year. Chris Dring also stated earlier last year that he has heard good things about the game. Barring a major cancellation, I expect to see more on the title later this year via a state of play or at one of the various gaming events. There's always a chance that Sony conducts an alpha or a beta for the game to garner more of that precious player feedback. So that was a great article, the best article I've ever read on the show.
You don't gotta glaze me like that. You don't gotta glaze me like that. I'd say it took me like fucking 20 minutes to write that article. But
all right, I was just kidding.
Yeah.
It sounded like ChatGPT. I ain't gonna. No, I'm just playing.
Nah, that's fucked up.
All right, so
It's all good.
Yeah, man. Fairgames 2026. Were you expecting it this year?
Yeah, I kind of was actually. So fun. This is such a funny little like article because it came from me being like excited for Avowed, right? And I remember Jeff Grubb, because I follow him on Twitter, but I don't really listen to their podcast that much.
I listen to it every now and then. I used to listen to it every week, but probably listen to like 1 or 2 a month.
Okay. Yeah. Like I rarely listen to it, but I follow him on Twitter, and I was just browsing on the Xbox 2 Discord, and they were talking about Avowed in there, and someone posted the the article or the YouTube link for it, and I just clicked it, and I was like, fuck it, let me just listen to it because they seem like to be like one of the biggest people that are positive about the game. Like I've seen a lot of negative YouTube videos are like negatively slanted, even though people talk positively about the game, but like they seem the most positive about it. And then they only spent like 15-20 minutes on the game, but yeah, and then he said, yeah, Fairgames was pushed, and I was like, that's actually a huge little tidbit that he just said in those like little 10-15 seconds. And then yeah, I just quickly wrote something about it because I was like, I need to get something out. And it's crazy that this is probably my biggest article, and it took me the least amount of time to write. But hey, I appreciate the compliments though.
Of course, yeah. I actually wasn't expecting Fairgames this year.
Okay.
Just because I thought if Fairgames was going to come out this year, we would have seen or heard something by now. Then again, Helldivers. No. We were seeing Helldivers the year before, so that's why I was expecting Fairgames to at least have some kind of new trailer or anything before we would see an actual release date and possible betas, alphas. So I just thought it was, since it was radio silent still, that we weren't gonna get it.
Yeah, it's been radio silent for almost 2 years now, because they announced it in 2023. But but yeah, we'll see. It's all good though. The comments of that article are hella funny. I'm not even gonna lie. Like I was reading them, I was like, these motherfuckers are hilarious.
Let me see what's going on in these comments.
It should.
Wait, how do I even get to the comments?
You just go on the tweet.
Oh, on the tweet.
Here,
okay.
Yeah. You want me to send you the tweet?
I got it.
It's just all. It says all. Everyone's saying the same shit, but it's just in different
How
wording.
long until it gets canned? You mean the cancellation date has been pushed back? All right, but was there anything else you wanted to add before we move to the next?
No, that's it. Thank you for reading this, man. I appreciated that.
Yeah, that was the first article that I saw about this. I was like, okay, let's go. But yeah, I'm hoping that Fairgames is more Helldivers than it is Concord.
Absolutely.
All right, so
but I mean, it's a niche, you know. It's if they make a good game, I feel like players will come to it. That's how I feel.
All right, Ubisoft have announced Rainbow Six Siege X, a massive overhaul to R6, or I don't know why I'm saying it like that. Rainbow Six's graphics, sound, and gameplay. This is not a sequel to Rainbow Six. This is more comparable to Counter-Strike Go / Counter-Strike 2, which was more of an overhaul to bring it to the new era. So, I know that you were a massive Rainbow Six Siege player.
Huge.
Yeah. How are you feeling about this? Is it gonna be a shot in the arm that this game needs to get it back into gamers' graces?
I don't know, man. I feel like Siege is just this type of game that might be a little bit too much of a leap first, or like too big of a jump for people to get into. Like it might be like maybe elitist of me to say this, but I think that game is a little too hardcore for like more casual players to come in.
That's not elitist, because honestly, I compare Rainbow Six Siege to Rocket League.
Yeah,
if you didn't get in the first 2-3 years, it's probably too late. Yeah. You're like, the skill gap is tremendous, and if you don't, and like in Rocket League's case, you kind of need, you really, like, that's a game that you have to have, I don't even know what to call it. You need to have like
inherent knowledge or some shit.
Yeah,
like,
it's more like you have to get a feel for the game as if you were playing a real sport. Like, you can't just pick up a basketball and just start hitting threes. That's how Rocket League is. And Rainbow Six, even as a shooter, like, you can be a good shooter. Like, you can be good at every other shooter. But there's something about Rainbow Six Siege that being a good shooter is not enough. That's how I feel when it comes to that. So yeah. So you don't think this is gonna be as successful because it's just not casual enough?
Yeah, I think like old players maybe that have retired Siege might try it out, but I don't think it's gonna like be like huge like that.
I mean, the old players is enough though. That's all Ubisoft wants. They just want them back, because Rainbow Six was big. Yeah, it was, and it's the same with like Counter-Strike is also a very hardcore game to get into. But I disagree. It's far less hardcore than Siege, in my opinion. So? Yeah, it's way less hardcore. I think the difference is you can play Siege on a controller, and it's like Counter-Strike you just can't. But I think Counter-Strike is just simpler because there's not much. It's more about positioning than really anything. Like
Like it's more about just positioning. So it's like once you kind of learn some of the maps, I don't know. I feel like it's an easier game to pick up.
Okay.
And it's funny because when I was playing Siege, that's the game that I transitioned into was Counter-Strike on PC, and then I tried some other games like Valorant and stuff like that. But I just wish they showed more gameplay, honestly, because just based off of the little snippet, it looks good. It definitely does look like an upgrade, but we'll see, and hopefully it runs good because Siege actually that's the best thing about Siege is that it's actually runs like great on PC. And it looks already pretty good, but we'll see. We'll see.
I don't think this. Actually, I might give it a try if it's still on Game Pass. I don't actually know if it is or not, but yeah, I'll probably give it a shot just to see the upgrades. But if it's not on Game Pass, then I probably would not even attempt it.
Yeah, it's a.
Or what if they make it free to play? That might be a move. That seems like something that they would do. Make it free to play because of the new kind of like an Overwatch 2 kind of situation.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, we'll see.
But I feel like if they play their cards right, we could see a pretty good resurgence for Siege, which will be something that Ubisoft definitely needs right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anything in particular that you want to see in this update?
I kind of want to see them, because I remember a few years ago they said that they wanted to reach like this 100 operator goal or something. But I kind of want to see them tone back on that and make each operator even more complex than what they already are. So like make less of them, but make them a little bit more complex. Like give them more to do or more they can do.
Okay.
I would like to see that, and then, yeah, that's pretty much it, honestly. Because I feel like the newer operators they kind of suck. But yeah, maybe that's just the nostalgia in me talking.
Okay. Well, hopefully this works out for Ubisoft. I'm always rooting for a success for them. So it is what it is. We'll be seeing more when they fully reveal this on March 13th. So yeah. Let's move on to the next topic. All right, there is a rumor going around for the upcoming Pokemon Day. Classic Pokemon Port Collection contains generations 1 through 3. It's called there's 2 versions, Pokemon Memories, Red Gold, Ruby, and Fire Red. And then there's Pokemon Reminiscence, Blue, Silver, Sapphire, and Leaf Green. Yellow, Crystal, and Emerald will also be digital purchases as extra content. So I'm guessing a paid DLC that you can get the Yellow, Crystal, and Emerald versions. Pokemon Home support, and a release date of March 13th. And this is coming from, of course, Anonymous on, what is this, Reset Era? I think so. Yeah, Reset Era. So, yeah. Do you believe the hype?
It sounds a little too good to be true, right?
Come on, you expect Game Freak to do their jobs.
Yeah, them freaky boys and girls that work at Game Freak. Nah, bro, this might be too good to be true. But you know, if even one of this happens, that's a good thing. If even one of these tidbits happens,
the most I can expect is like Red Blue in Game Boy Switch Online. That's about it. I do not expect something this good to come out of them. That just doesn't happen. But I would love to be proven wrong. I'd be okay with that. Now, I probably would not play any of these. I probably would not go back and replay these because I've already there's better versions of, well, I guess Fire Red and Leaf Green is there, which is the better version of Red and Blue. But Gold and Silver, the best version to play is Heart Gold, Heart Silver. Like that is the pinnacle. Honestly, the best Pokemon game out there. And then actually Ruby and Sapphire might still be the best way to play Ruby and Sapphire, because Omega Ruby and Omega or Alpha Sapphire kind of dropped the ball there. 7.8 too much water. But yeah, I'm saying chances of this is a good 2 out of 10, 20% chance of this happening.
When is Pokemon Day?
February 27th every year.
February 27th, so it's almost coming up.
Yep, next week, Thursday.
Okay, I don't actually keep up with Pokemon rumors like that. How often does Game Freak stuff like actually leak?
Let's see. I don't keep up with it, but the ones that go mainstream are usually not true. So I will say that. And okay. I don't remember anyone calling Pokemon Legends Arceus. I remember that being a big surprise.
Like no one leaked that?
Yeah, at least in my corner of the internet. And even following, because that's when I was like really heavy into watching Jeff Grubb, and obviously he knows a lot of Nintendo stuff, and I don't remember him ever knowing about that. So I don't, because I remember the Pokemon Stars rumor. Yeah, I don't know if you were there for like the launch of the Switch with the rumors that Sun and Moon was going to get a third version that's going to be Switch exclusive, and it's going to be the first year of the Switch. We're going to get Pokemon Stars. And then that shit was a damn lie. And they got the Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. So yeah, I don't trust the Pokemon rumors unless they're...
Okay.
But then most of the rumors are just, hey, it's going to be Gen 6 remake. And then, like, yeah, that's logical because it's the next generation that needs a remake. So, I don't know.
But I want to see them. Go for it.
I was gonna say the database leak, the Game Freak leak. You know, there's a possibility that they might have some more information that they didn't have before, or access to something that they didn't have before. So you never know. All right, how are you feeling on this leak? What's your percentage, or rumor, I should say?
After hearing what you just said, I'm leaning more like 90-10. Like this is not happening.
Yeah, but I'll be there February 27th. Watching the Pokemon Presents, mostly for Legends. But
yeah,
you know,
sure.
if this is one of the games also, it's going to be a pretty great Pokemon Presents for sure. All right, let's move on. So let's talk GTA 6. Because it seems that GTA 6 is going to be trying to come for that UGC, user generated content. Rockstar has reportedly met with top Roblox and Fortnite creators about the potential to build custom game experience inside GTA 6. So this is coming from VGC Video Game Chronicles, Andy Robinson. So, Rockstar has reportedly met with top Roblox and Fortnite creators about the potential to build custom game experiences inside GTA 6. That's according to a new report from Digiday, which cites 3 industry insiders with knowledge of the meetings. It's claimed that Rockstar is planning to allow creators to modify GTA 6's environment and assets to bring their own intellectual property into its sandbox, a lot like Minecraft, and how Sega team can build their own Sonic games inside of Minecraft, or if there's a Disney collaboration, they'll have a studio that kind of builds the Disney experience into Minecraft, and it's like its own world. It's basically its own game inside of Minecraft. So that's what it sounds like they're doing. Creators in other user-generated game platforms such as Fortnite and Roblox can generate revenue by receiving a portion of their virtual item sales. Notably, in 2023, Rockstar acquired CFX.RE, the group behind some of GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2's most popular modding tools. GTA 5 role-playing exploded in popularity in recent years. The mod, which sees players use the framework of GTA to create brand new game modes, is monetized by charging users subscription fees to participate. According to Digiday, Rockstar's recent conversations with content creators have remained relatively open-ended. It's unclear exactly how creators would benefit from bringing their IP and audiences into GTA 6 beyond the exposure that would come from having a presence inside one of the world's most popular gaming properties, it says. Earlier this month, Rockstar's parent company Take-Two claimed that Grand Theft Auto 6 is still on track to release later this year. During an investor presentation discussing its Q3 earnings for the financial year 2025, the publisher confirmed that the game was still listed as launching fall of calendar 2025. Why am I talking like that? All right. How you feeling about user-generated content in GTA 6 having other developers and IP owners such as a Disney or a Marvel, or any kind of big IP being able to create their own content inside of GTA 6 and make it playable for most likely a cost, of course?
Yeah, it sounds more and more like GTA 6 is just gonna be like a empty husk, and they're asking other people to fucking make shit for them.
Come on,
like the role playing stuff and all that. Damn, dude, I just hope. Do you think it's still gonna be like separate? Like it's gonna be campaign has its own world, and then you have to like load up into something else for multiplayer, or you think it's just gonna be like what it is?
No, it's gonna be the same as GTA 5. Probably a little bit more seamless, I guess. It's not gonna take forever to load into the online, but the hope, like, obviously you have to separate it because you're not a created character in the single player, so you have to switch to your created character somehow.
Sure.
So it will be a separate experience.
Damn. Yeah, I mean, this is cool. They should have done this for GTA 5, like made the RP and all that like for everyone, not just like mods and stuff. But yeah, I mean, this game's gonna be huge, man. This game's gonna be absolutely ginormous. Crazy.
Yep. I feel like we're basically gonna be getting 3 different experiences, which is the story, the campaign, the Rockstar developed online modes, and then the RP / user generated content side as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like the online is just gonna get, like, the actual Rockstar developed online is gonna get sandwiched in between and kind of overlooked. But I'm pretty sure the campaign will be as good and expansive as any other Rockstar campaign.
I hope so too.
But yeah, man, I'm kind of excited to see how they handle the user generated content, and kind of scared to see how they monetize it, because it's gonna be nasty.
Yep. It's gonna be like the coolest shit, and it's gonna be locked away.
Of course. I mean, even Minecraft does that today. Most of the big collaborations are locked behind a paywall. So yeah. Anything else you wanted to add though?
Oh, this game's gonna take over, man. It's gonna take over.
You know it is.
Skip the whole generation, right? Almost two. GTA almost skipped 2 generations.
Yeah, it's the end of the second generation since the last GTA.
Yeah. Fuck, dude.
All right, last quick one before we get into the big stuff. All right, Shuhei Yoshida has been outside lately because he is a free man. He's no longer with PlayStation, so now he's not as tight-lipped as he was when he was a head over at PlayStation. So he actually came out and confirmed something that a lot of people, including ourselves, have had suspicions about. And he goes on to say, quote, "Moving from first party to indies? Well, I had no choice. When Jim Ryan asked me to do the indie job, the choice was to do that or leave the company." Kind of, or I guess not even hinting, like literally saying that he was given an ultimatum to either leave the company or do the indie job. And that basically just goes in line with the kind of hostile takeover that Jim Ryan had pushed Sean Layden out, or at least this has always been how people looked at it, because Sean Layden just kind of left, no fanfare, nobody tweeted him, nobody could say anything about him. He didn't say anything for months, years after it, or probably like it was like months to a year. He finally said something about leaving, but the whole situation with Sean Layden leaving was always weird, and just like compared to when Jim Ryan left. Yeah, totally different situation. I feel like Sean Layden, when he found out that Jim Ryan was pushing him out, he probably was like, he was probably trashing the whole place, cussing everybody out. Like I feel like Sean Layden was a real one. Like he wasn't taking that shit sitting down. And that's why like he didn't get that fanfare. He didn't get the Sean Layden cookie with his face on it. So yeah, so that situation was always weird. But then Shuhei Yoshida followed shortly after getting demoted, even though everyone kept saying, "Oh no, he didn't get demoted. He just, this is his passion. He was just passionate about indies, and he got tired. He was already the head of PlayStation Studios for a long time. You know, he just wanted to relax, and you know, he was getting old, and he was tired of doing that. He went to go play with the indie games, you know, a little easier role. Bullshit. So here we are, 2025 confirmation. Big Jim Lion Flying Crying Ryan was not playing. He was the reason that Sean Layden left and Shuhei Yoshida got demoted. And all for what? 12 live service games that didn't even make it to release. And there was another article that I had or another quote from him where he basically said that it was about The Last of Us Online. Let me bring it up. It's the one that I was getting beat up.
The streets riled up, bro.
I was taking shots because of my opinion.
You're the goat at that, man.
Shuhei Yoshida played The Last of Us Online and thought it was great. The idea for Last of Us Online came from Naughty Dog, but Bungie explained what it takes to make live service games, and Naughty Dog realized, oops, we can't do that. If we do it, we can't make Intergalactic. And that just pissed me off again. Every time I remember the wasted potential of The Last of Us Online and how Naughty Dog copped out. Either two things. Okay. One, you realize you're like 80, 85, 90% done with this game, right? You realize that, oh, if we make this game and we have to keep supporting it, then we're not going to be able to make the single player games we want. All right. I guess we're just going to throw this away. All this years of hard work, we're just gonna throw it away and make the game we want to make, supposedly, even though they said this was the game they wanted to make. All right. First thing. What's stopping you from releasing this game and then having another team, not outside of Naughty Dog, another separate team, take care of the post-launch content? Even better, y'all literally just fired, or Concord failed, or I guess this was before Concord failed. They still thought Concord was going to be a success, so I guess. But you get a team to do the post-op content, post-launch content, and keep the live service going. That way, Naughty Dog, and then you just have a small team to kind of oversee and keep the vision on track.
Yeah.
And of course, I said that, and then I was getting jumped.
Yeah, dude. Your comments are brutal in here. They're being assholes.
Yeah, you can't go against Naughty Dog, because that's Bay. Yeah, that's they god. You can't say bad things. So that's the first thing. But okay, if it's too late for that, like obviously trying to find a team at that stage in development is probably hard, because then you have to kind of onboard them, and it's probably going to take a while, and then you have to, like, then there's a chance that they're not even going to do as good a job as Naughty Dog would have done, and all this. Okay, cool, yeah. Then it's the part that pisses me off even. Google, what the hell is you talking about?
You good, bro?
Bro, she just started talking to me out of nowhere.
Oh, that was Alexa?
Google, yeah.
Oh yeah, Google, yeah. Funny.
So what really pisses me off is that no one in the building, across all of PlayStation, across Naughty Dog, none of them had the foresight to see that a live service game is going to take a lot of time and resources after launch. You know the meme, and like, why did it take Bungie to come in and say that? But you know the meme where Drake, it's the music video with Drake and Lil Yachty, and they're supposed to be like Apple employees, and then Drake is like showing Lil Yachty something on the computer, and he's like, like literally, that's how I picture Bungie coming in and just be like, yeah, that's gonna take a lot of time and resources, and then I was like, how did I not think of that? Like, how did you not think of that? That's the crazy part.
That's why you build out a game, and then you once it's complete, then you can maybe offload it to a secondary team or a B team or a support team, and then they could carry the content from there.
But if you had foresight in the first place, you could have had a team alongside you to build the game with, you know, or you could have created a studio specifically for this, or bought a studio specifically for this, you know, kind of like Bethesda did in 2018 with Fallout 76. Because, you know, they have the foresight to know that they still want to make single player games and they don't have the time and resources. Like the studio that a lot of people still say is so backwards and they're still stuck in 2011. The studio that y'all say is that far behind had the foresight to see that they needed a separate studio if they were going to make a live service game. But Naughty Dog, supposedly the greatest studio, the best studio out there, did not have that same foresight. It's crazy to me. So yeah. Are you frozen? I think you might be frozen.
We still live?
Yeah, we back. I just stopped the recording, but we back on. Good. Okay. So yeah. Anything you gotta say on Shuhei's comments?
Yeah, it's exactly what you said, man. It's like, come on, like that's so elementary, right? Like it seems like something that's like just like common sense almost, but it's just funny to me how much leeway the like gamers give Naughty Dog, especially since they've only really made like 2.5 games in the past like 12 years. Like they made Uncharted 4, and then they made Uncharted Lost Legacy, which is like half of an Uncharted game, and then they made Last of Us Part 2, and that's it. And then they did.
Wait. They made Last of Us Part 2 remastered, Last of Us Part 1 remake. They made Uncharted Legacy Collection, or not Legacy Collection. What is it called? Legend of Thieves or something.
Yeah, the one that has 4 in Lost Legacy.
Yeah, like that's 3 more games, bro.
Nah, bro, that's 0 games, bro. I don't give them credit for that.
The bangers. The bangers.
It's just, I don't like. It's funny because if you play all those games, like just back to back, you still won't spend as much time in playing all those games together as if you were to play like maybe like a game like Red Dead 2, like just fully through. You know what I'm saying? And Red Dead 2 is one game, and that's only gotten one release.
And somehow did not get Game of the Year. I hate Red Dead Redemption 2. I still think it should have won Game of the Year in 2018.
Yeah, it's just wild, bro. Like I can't believe how much leeway this team, like the streets give this team, bro. Like it pisses me off because I want a faction so bad. Like, and I know it would have been on PC too, day and date, because they do all their online service games day and date on PC. So it's like, man, this just pisses me off.
And then like seeing people say, "Oh yeah, I played it and it was great," that just makes it worse, because it's like, bro, I know it was great. Like I don't even have to see it. I don't have to play. I know that game was great. Like everyone knows it was great. Everyone said it's great. Everyone who played it was like, "Yeah, this game was amazing. It was great. Just not a good live service game." Okay, I don't care. Put it out. Charge $70 for it. Just put it out. Leave it as is. Charge $70. I will be there. Like, I'm done with y'all.
They're fucking dumb, dude. Like all the resources that they took to like even make like what they had, they probably would have recouped that if they just put it out, because people buy like Last of Us has like cachet, you know,
exactly.
Like people, they're so dumb, bro.
But it is what it is at this point.
Say the thing.
Oh wait, what's the thing? I'm actually confused.
Count your days.
Oh, yeah, count your days. You already know that. They've been counting. All right, let's get into some of the bigger topics. So, good old Nintendo, you know. we know big Nintendo when they feeling themselves, they be feeling themselves for real. When they get too comfortable, you know, Wii U era, oh, we down bad. It's time. Nintendo selects, oh, y'all want to play these games? $20. You know, we don't need full price games no more. And then, look at all these Wii games that we still had $60, and we discounted them $30. You can get the $30 Wii games. Get them while they hot. And everything was so pro-consumer on the Wii U because they didn't have a choice. Oh, the 3DS. Oh, the 3DS not selling. Let's drop it $100 and give out 20 games to the people who bought it day one because we love y'all. But now, this is Nintendo Switch era, and everything been popping, everything been good. They at the beginning they did everything they could to make sure that everyone was like, oh yeah, Nintendo loves us. It's all good. Oh, these gold points? You mean we can buy games and get money to buy more games? Get free games or discounted games? That's cool. Nobody doing that. Xbox rewards, I mean Microsoft rewards kind of like that, but nobody doing that. And then like, oh, vouchers? You telling me I can get 2 games that are usually 60 and they both 50 now? That's a game changer. And then they took them out of the US for like a long time, but then they brought them back. But that was a game changer. But now it seems that Nintendo is back to their old ways. They like, oh, gold points. What's that? We did that? What you mean we did that? I don't remember that. Take that off. And then they're like, vouchers. What is that? You saying our $70 games on Nintendo Switch 2, they can get them for $50? Oh yeah, we dropping that. Take that off right now. So Nintendo confirmed that Switch game vouchers will not be compatible with Switch 2, and they will also be discontinuing the My Nintendo Gold points on March 25th, which is after the release of Xenoblade Chronicles X. So that'll be the last game you can, basically the last big game you can get for a voucher. Or no, actually, vouchers aren't ending March. That's your vouchers are still going to be compatible with Switch 1 games. So I guess that will go all the way up till the next Pokemon Legends. So there is that. But the gold points will be discontinued March 25th. Gold points on physical games can still be earned if the game released before March 24th, 2025. So you can still earn the points, but you won't earn any more after the 25th. And you will keep your points. You can spend them after, but you won't be earning any more gold after March 24th. So people are taking this one or two different ways. They're either taking it as, oh, they're just going to introduce new programs on the Switch 2, because obviously, or I shouldn't say obviously, but it's likely that prices will increase for Nintendo Switch 2 games. They're going to be $70 most likely. And obviously they don't want you to be getting the $70 games for $50. So maybe they'll have to introduce new vouchers for Nintendo Switch 2 games that'll be $60 each instead of $50. So, you know, people are like, yeah, that's probably the reason there. And then they're also like, oh, but the gold points, you know, they're probably gonna introduce a new, completely new eShop. And then that eShop will, like the gold points for that eShop is not gonna be compatible because they have to overhaul and all of this. And I'm like, okay, but then there's the other side, which is like, Nintendo, they found success and now they greedy again. They back to old money hungry Nintendo. They said, oh, we got 150 million of y'all. y'all ain't going nowhere else. Y'all gonna come to the Switch 2 and y'all gonna like it, buy our games, sit down and shut up. So which are you? Which one do you think is the way that they're going with this?
So the fact that they said that they still will have the vouchers for Switch games leads me to believe that they might implement something like that for the Switch 2, but just might be a different price for it, maybe. They might say like, oh, Switch 2 voucher or some shit like that. But as for the reward stuff, I don't know. I'm not as positive about that. Maybe I don't know if they will. They might. I mean, they have been. I think everything has had some sort of reward or something like that. Because I remember on the Wii days, you had like a slip that had like a little code on it. That you could, and I remember some DS games too. Like you went onto like something on the internet and you can like type in like whatever was on that little slip with the code. And then the Switch had it with physical as well, where if you put in the game, you can redeem the codes as well. I don't know.
But it was usually for silver coins, and the silver coins were more for like getting My Nintendo merch.
Yeah, but that's still like some sort of reward or something.
But like the gold coins, that was the first time they did like a cash back system where it was basically you get 5% back for every purchase.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, maybe we'll see. I'm not, like I said, I'm not as positive on that, but I do think that they might introduce a voucher pass for Switch 2 games, though.
Yeah, I'm actually with you. I think vouchers are most likely just going to be, they're going to be Switch 2 specific for obvious reasons because of most likely an in-game prices. Yeah. And I don't see vouchers being there at launch either. They're most likely going to come a year, maybe 2 years later down the line.
Sure.
And then they also do say specifically Nintendo Gold points. So I think silver coins will still be a thing. You'll still be able to earn for My Nintendo rewards. It's just the actual cashback value is going to be gone, which I've bought a lot of indie games with that cash value. So I am sad about that if it's gone forever. I don't see them being like, oh yeah, it's because we did an overhaul of the eShop and we got a new type of system. I mean, they might have something new, but I don't think it's gonna be a better value. I think it's gonna be a worse value. That's how I see it, at least.
Absolutely.
But yeah. I'm still bullish that now once the Switch 2 comes out, they'll announce Switch Nintendo Selects for the OG Switch. So you'll be able to get discounted prices on the original Switch games. So I'm still, there's still, I feel somewhat the consumer or some kind of pro-consumer move like that is going to happen to kind of make up for that. But yeah, is there anything else you wanted to say on this?
I'm good.
All right. Let's see. All right, let's talk about Marvel Rivals. The biggest breakout success of 2024. A hero shooter with the Marvel IP backing them that just took over the world, and still to this day is still one of the biggest games out there. An enormous success, and a success that any publisher, any developer would wish for. And yet, here we are. Marvel Rivals director and team laid off. So this is coming from Thaddeus Sasser. What a name, by the way. And I like how his title is, I help create billion-dollar franchises. Says this is such a weird industry. My stellar talented team just helped deliver an incredibly successful new franchise in Marvel Rivals for NetEase Games, and we're just laid off. Oh well, times are tough all over. Let's find these incredible people new jobs because we all need to eat, right? Today I'm gonna start with the inspiring, then he just kind of goes through his team members and tries to help them. But then we also have Jack Burrows, who also updated their LinkedIn, who's a level designer for Marvel Rivals NetEase, and says, "Hey folks, well, just got laid off from my job working on Marvel Rivals with NetEase. It was an enormous pleasure to work with my American coworkers who joined me in this sad culling. Just couldn't dodge that Bigfoot, I guess, no matter how big the success of the gig. So now I'm seeking a new role and would appreciate your support. If you hear of any opportunities or just want to catch up, please send me a message or comment below. I'd love to reconnect." So yeah, that was our first those were the first tricklings that kind of gave us the news that was happening. The team, and I should say right now that this isn't the main development team in China. This is the American team that was helping NetEase. I think, did I freeze again? All right, I'm just gonna keep explaining and then we'll figure that out. So, sorry. All right, where was I? Where was I? Okay. One second. Okay, so this is coming from Daniel Ahmad, and he goes on to say, worth noting, this round of layoffs only impacts the team in the US, not the core dev team in China. It's part of a broader reconsideration of NetEase's overseas investments and studios. The firm has pulled funding from a number of overseas teams over the past year. So basically saying that this is not just a one-off when it comes to Marvel Rivals, but something that NetEase has been doing all over to take, basically get out of their overseas investments and studios. And it seems like they are going more in-house.
Am I back?
Yes, you're back. I was trying to just read through so that and then we would but yeah, glad we got that. Okay.
Good.
So yeah, I was just reading the part of this being the US team and NetEase's looking to, I guess, bring their team more in-house or in the country, get away from their out of country investments. So, and then last thing I will read is, oh wait, no, that's the wrong topic. And then NetEase issues a statement on the Marvel Rivals layoffs. Quote, we recently made the difficult decision to adjust Marvel Rivals' development team structure for organizational reasons and to optimize development efficiency for the game. This resulted in a reduction of a design team based in Seattle that is part of a larger global design function in support of Marvel Rivals. We appreciate the hard work and dedication of those affected and will be treating them confidentially and respectfully with recognition for their individual contributions. We want to reassure our fan base that the core development team for Marvel Rivals, which continues to be led by lead producer Wei Kong Wu and game creative director Guang Yun, okay, I'm a butcher this, sorry. Guang Yun Chen in Guangzhou, China, remains fully committed to delivering an exceptional experience. We are investing more, not less, into the evolution and growth of this game. We're excited to deliver new superhero characters, maps, features, and content to ensure an engaging live service experience for our worldwide player base. So yeah, man, biggest breakout success of 2024. It's not enough.
That's funny.
So, yeah, how did you? I'm gonna guess that this was surprising when you first saw it, but when I first saw it, I thought it was like I didn't even believe it at first. I was like, nah, that's a joke. And I was like, wait, this isn't a joke. This is crazy. But yeah, how'd you take the news?
Yeah, I thought it's just funny. They're just like, we want out of America. Like we like nobody on this game. Like everyone that is outside of or that's in America, they want to fire them. But you know, it is what it is. I feel like I said that too much, but my bad. But I think that the amount of people wasn't as much as I thought it was gonna be.
Oh yeah, it's a small team.
It's only like 10 people or something.
It was a small
like
design team.
Yeah,
like I said, people. I mean, like when you make the headline, the Marvel Rivals team, or like the entire team has been laid off. Like they definitely embellish those articles and for the clicks. But it was a small team. But even then, I won't like try to undermine the fact that this is a $1 billion success. And even worse now, like, because it is only 10 or so developers, what's stopping them from keeping them on, honestly?
Yeah.
But, you know, this is the industry that we're in right now. No one is safe. That's crazy. Nobody's safe. But I don't know. Like, what is the safest route now?
There ain't no safe route.
I feel like the only ones who are really the safest are like there are a few like big Japanese companies that seem to be doing more raises and treating their developers right, like Nintendo and Capcom. Even Konami's giving out raises after I'm guessing after the success of what did they just put out? Silent Hill 2, and they had something else, right? Or am I tripping?
No, they did. Hold on, I can look it up for you. It was like something small. Oh, what is that game? It might have just been like a publishing thing. Oh, I'm seeing Rocket Knight Adventures and Felix the Cat.
Okay, no, I wasn't thinking about that. Okay, maybe just Silent Hill 2. And then I'm pretty sure they're anticipating the upcoming Metal Gear Solid remake.
The Metal Gear Solid.
Which will most likely do pretty good.
Oh, they also are behind that Octopus game in the State of Play.
What? Darwin Project?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I did not know that. So yeah. If Konami's giving out raises, then I don't like. Nobody has excuses because we know where Konami came from. But yeah, this was just crazy news. I honestly don't really have much else to say on it. It was just something that I wanted to bring up because this just shows how volatile this industry is. But yeah, anything you wanted to add?
No, we're good.
All right. Now, this was something that happened right before I was writing up the episode. Xbox has, or I should say Microsoft as a whole, hasn't really been shy about AI, from their Copilot initiatives to the Open AI kind of partnership that they have. But it was only a matter of time before that finally trickled to Xbox. And it seems like that time is now. Introducing Muse, a new kind of generative AI model that lets you play and create from developer ideation to one day supporting game preservation. Muse holds potential to unlock new possibilities. So this is from Xbox Wire. In nearly every corner of our lives, the buzz about AI is impossible to ignore. It's destined to revolutionize how we work, learn, and play for those of us immersed in the world of gaming, whether as players or creators. The question isn't just how AI will change the game, but how it will ignite new possibilities. At Xbox, we're all about using AI to make things better and more fun. For players and game creators, I wanted to laugh. We want to bring more games to more people around the world and always stay true to the creative vision and artistry of game developers. We believe generative AI can boost this creativity and open up new possibilities. We're excited to announce a generative AI breakthrough published today in the journal Nature and announced by Microsoft Research that shows this potential to open up possibilities, including the opportunity to make older games accessible to future generations of players across new devices and in new ways. Introducing Muse, a generative AI model for gameplay ideation. In partnership with Xbox Game Studios' Ninja Theory, Microsoft Research developed a world and human action model, WHAM, named Muse, a first-of-its-kind generative AI model trained on Ninja Theory's multiplayer battle arena game, Bleeding Edge. Ninja Theory and Microsoft Research are both based in Cambridge, which made collaboration easy and led us to the use of Bleeding Edge for this research. What's groundbreaking about Muse is its detailed understanding of the 3D game world, including game physics and how the game reacts to players' controller actions. This allows the model to create consistent and diverse gameplay rendered by AI, demonstrating a major step toward generative AI models that can empower game creators. Microsoft Research initially set out to explore how generative AI models can support new experiences, focusing on developing AI capabilities that could allow game developers to ideate and expand upon their work in new ways. To accomplish that, they interviewed 27 global game creators from indies to AAA game studios to make sure the research was shaped by the people who would use it. To allow other research teams and game developers to explore the model and experiment with its capabilities, Muse, its model weights, sample data, and interactive interface are now all available on Azure AI Foundry. What Muse means for gaming. Although it's still early, this model research is pushing the boundaries of what we thought was possible. We are already using Muse to develop a real-time playable AI model trained on other first-party games, and we see potential for this work one day benefit both players and game creators, from allowing us to revive nostalgic games to faster creative ideation. Today, countless classic games tied to aging hardware are no longer playable by most people. Thanks to this breakthrough, we are exploring the potential for Muse to take older back catalog games from our studios and optimize them from any device. We believe this could radically change how we preserve and experience classic games in the future and make them accessible to more players. To imagine that beloved games lost to time and hardware advancement could one day be played on any screen with Xbox is an exciting possibility for us. Another opportunity we are exploring is how Muse can help game teams prototype new gameplay experiences during the creative process and introduce new content. Taking games players already love and enabling our developers to inject new experiences for them to enjoy, or even enable you to participate in the creation process. We'll create opportunities for people to participate in this exploration, starting with short interactive AI game experiences for you to try on Copilot Labs very soon. There's still so much for us to discover, and we can't wait to share more I believe, yeah. So there's not much else in this article. So, all right. So they actually have a bunch of gameplay little clips of the added, or basically the generative AI content added to Bleeding Edge. So let me actually put that on the screen. They're just short GIFs of these. You can't even expand on it, which is...
Yeah, I'm trying to make him bigger, but only making the text bigger.
Yeah, and even if you open in a new tab, it's still small. So here it is.
That's funny. The first game that they use it in is Bleeding Edge.
Did anyone have Bleeding Edge coming back in their bingo cards? Oh wait, that is the wrong window. Oh wait, no. This one. Okay. So yeah. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to see. It's a good, but you get the gist. It's Bleeding Edge with new content in 2025. So, all right, let's start from the top. Generative AI, Xbox. How, as a whole, how do you feel with the use of AI, and then Xbox and what they want to use AI for?
Yeah, it seems like they want to use AI to make games easier to push out. That's what I get from it. Make them faster, make like the creative, like you were saying when you were reading the articles, like they just want to make things quicker, and I think that they think AI will solve that for them. I'm nervous for sure. For sure, I'm really nervous because I don't know if a computer really knows what is fun and what isn't fun, you know? Like, but honestly, these clips are pretty cool. Like adding like a little hoverboard to the game, that seems fun.
Well, hoverboards were a part of the game, but
I don't even remember Bleeding Edge that much, to be honest.
Yeah, I that was my game. So let me see. As far as what I can see, that was new.
Yeah.
In these clips, honestly, I'm not gonna hold you. I can't see anything really.
Nothing is standing out as something that's new. But
then again, it's been years, so I'm really not. It's been so long that I wouldn't even be able to tell. Like, I feel like these maps are the same maps, so it's not the map. The gameplay looks the same, honestly. So I don't know. I guess we'll see when we can play it in the Copilot labs. I guess with these gifts are not doing it. So yeah.
Sure.
But yeah, you're kind of nervous about the whole speeding up the process, kind of. And you say computers don't know how to tell what's fun or not.
Well, I'm not saying that they don't know. It's just I don't know if I trust it, you know? Like how do they know? Like how do they know what is fun or what I would think is fun? Or
are you talking about, so are you saying it's from like the creator side, as in the developers using it, or are you saying it as a more generative AI for players to use?
I guess I'm speaking more of the developer side, not the players like using it. But I can see how it's cool for us, you know? Like that'd be cool, like being like,
because they basically gave two examples where there's a creator who's using it and they're using it to make consistent, like basically they to create content that's consistent with what they've already created, like new content that. So basically ideation, that's what the ideation part is. But there's also the aspect of the player, if they add generative AI to the game, say you beat the game, you've done all the quests, and then they can basically build new quests for you, and it can cater to your taste depending on what you put into the search or whatever.
Yeah.
So, and like when you say that, okay, a computer might not know what you like, what's fun, what's the best thing, but the creators will know what is fun and what's not, and they can basically, it's not like, or I shouldn't say it's not like they are just gonna throw anything at the AI, because I'm pretty sure there are some devs that will do that. But the devs you trust, the devs who have made great games in the past, if they're going to use AI, they're most likely going to be critical of what's being churned out by it as well. And it's not like once the AI churns out something, they can't tweak it either. I'm guessing that they're going to be able to, like, you can get the idea and be like, oh, you know what? This doesn't work. Like the AI gave me this part doesn't work, but this right here is actually something pretty cool, and I can work on that. So that's how I feel about the whole ideation part of it, and how it can speed up development. And even if it's, because there's always those games that have side quests, and sometimes the side quests are just copy paste in a different area. You're basically just doing a fetch quest. And what if the AI could kind of add, like, basically make those kind of side quests take the same kind of, I guess, take that same idea of what their side quests are going to be, and then kind of just create a bunch of different ones, and then they can kind of pick through and see which ones work, which ones don't, to kind of speed up that aspect of the side quests, which will give them more time to work on, say, better main quests. Or even, I don't know, I guess you can have or add more content. So I don't know. There's ways that I could think of where generative AI could work, but at the same time, I at the end of the day, I still feel like it comes down to the developer. If the developer was already a lazy, greedy developer or publisher, they're gonna use generative AI to be lazy and greedy. But any developer who was already a great developer, and any publisher who cared about the quality of the products that they were putting out, they're still going to put out quality products with or without AI, because it's a tool at the end of the day. So that's how I've always looked at it. And for me, I just want to see, I care less about the speeding up of games and development. For me, it's more about the new possibilities, the new ideas that could never be done without AI. And that's what I want to see. They haven't shown, I mean, like the EA thing that they did kind of showed possibilities of what could be, but I want them to go even further than that. I want to see something that, like, you would never even dream of because you didn't think it was possible. So that's where I'm at with AI in general. So let's talk about the game preservation aspect. Now, we know that AI is kind of like the evolved form of machine learning. And Xbox is no stranger to using machine learning, especially when it comes to game preservation. We've seen the Hachi method, which was what they used on the Xbox One or the Xbox One X to bring older Xbox 360 and original Xbox games up to 4K on the Xbox One X. And then they also used the same machine learning to create FPS boost on the Series X and Series S to bring games that were stuck at 30 FPS to a 60 FPS and sometimes even 120 FPS using machine learning. So now it seems like they're going to be able to go even further with that tech, where not only will they be able to boost games using AI, so we'll be seeing FP like I guess even stronger Hachi method to make the picture quality even better. Maybe it even gets strong enough where you get a full remaster quality, like going from Ninja Gaiden 2 360 version to Ninja Gaiden 2 Black type of increase, because the Hachi method was already really good, but it was still the same art style, the same textures. So maybe the AI can fill in those textures with something more updated, and something like the lighting will be closer to like ambient, like they'll have ambient occlusion and basically anything that you'll see in modern games, and it can just add all of that into an older game. But they also have they also say that a game that might not be compatible, the AI can kind of recreate that game without even having the code, or they don't have the code, they don't have the I'm trying to think. It's the code, right? Yeah, I think it's just the code. So if you don't have the code for the game, you're not able to technically remaster or re-release or port it because of that. But then you were able to still, like, AI can basically train itself to that game and then recreate it so that you can get a one-to-one re-release of that game without even having the code. So that was something that Phil Spencer actually specifically talked about as well when it came to the game preservation. And I think that's actually going to end up being something that they use probably to get, because we know that the biggest problem with Xbox right now is that they want to be everywhere, but all the games that are on Xbox, all your games on Xbox cannot be played on PC. So how do you get all of your games on Xbox to be played on PC, on cloud, but without spending tons of time and resources to do it? And it seems like AI might be the answer to that. So yeah, what do you think of that?
Yeah, that's actually that's the exciting thing in my opinion. Like, if they can actually get it to like faithfully recreate the games and also make the games look better, then yeah, that's huge. That'd be huge.
Yep. So I've always been glass half full when it comes to AI and gaming, and I literally was watching. Actually, I'm gonna see what it is right now. They put out a video about it was Phil Spencer and a person from Ninja Theory and someone else from the Microsoft research team. And they were all talking about Muse AI and how it came to be, kind of mimicking what was said in the Xbox Wire post. And the dislikes was crazy on that video. Yep, still crazy. 416 likes, 1.6K dislikes. So basically, a 1 to 4 like to dislike ratio, which I'm pretty sure most of them didn't even finish the entire video. You see, most people see AI and they automatically dismiss it, which I can understand because there's a lot of AI slop out there, is what I like to call it, from art that people try to pass as their own art, to those AI videos of people like of Elon licking Donald Trump's feet or some shit. Like, this is why people don't want AI. And I understand, like, for sure, because what we've used AI for so far is not good. But like I said, I feel like there's a lot of good that can come out of using AI, especially with, like, at the end of the day, the cost of development keeps rising, and how long it takes to develop games keeps rising. And that is going to be a problem the further and further we get into these generations. If AI can knock a couple years off of development, knock a couple 10 millions, what am I saying? Off of game development costs without firing people, of course. That's really the crux of it. And most likely it's going to end with people losing their jobs if AI is a success. But honestly, that's just the cost of progress. And I know that sounds like I feel bad saying that, but that really is what it is.
Yeah.
When there's progress, it always ends with something's becoming obsolete, whether it's people's jobs, whether that's just that's the cost of progress. And it sounds like I'm an asshole, but that's just really how it is. So that will definitely be a thing, and people will push against AI because of that. But just like when we were talking about Mind's Eye, if the games come out, they come out quicker, they come out just as good, no real quality degradation, then will gamers still be against it? If it's something that they can't notice, if it's something that's only beneficial besides the developers who are now getting laid off, or I don't think developers, or I shouldn't say developers, I don't think customers actually care that much, or they pretend to care more than they actually do online when it comes to layoffs and everything. Because Rockstar could come out and just say, hey, before GTA 6 comes out, we're just gonna lay off 500 developers, no severance package, like just a swift kick. We didn't even tell them. Like they can go full just asshole on everybody and be like, yeah, we didn't even tell them. We just took their key card off of the database, and we laughed at them while they came to the door. And yeah, that's just how Rockstar rolls. But when GTA 6 comes out, the same people who will be talking about how shitty of a company Rockstar is, they'll most likely be buying the game. So yeah, I will say, out of anyone using AI, Xbox being the first big push is the worst company. Like, the Xbox should not be at first to do this, even though they are the most equipped to do it. This is gonna backfire on Xbox but then again, I don't think they really care about their brand too much lately, so I guess it really doesn't matter what people think of Xbox as a brand. But you how do you look at that? You think that Xbox should be first, or you think they should have waited on this because the Xbox brand isn't really doing too well as it is? Now introducing AI on top of that. But
yeah. I mean, yeah, I was thinking that. I was like, of course it's Xbox being like the first one, like, and of course people are. I just feel like everyone's at least tinkering with AI, you know.
Of course.
Maybe not like, you know, like as big of a scale as Microsoft is as a company, but everyone's tinkering with AI. I mean, even we can, you know, I see in Discord chats, I see people tinkering with it. Like I was reading it in the XP2 Discord like a few months ago. They were talking about what ChatGPT thinks of Starfield and like how it would improve it. So it's like you could even do it now. Like you could just type in prompts like, how would you improve blah 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 game, or how would you increase to the gameplay loop of a blah blah game, or something like that. We could do it now. But yeah, AI is here to stay. It's unfortunate that it's Xbox being the first one because they're gonna get the most hate for it, and then some company is gonna do something crazy and revolutionary with AI, and then they're gonna be like, oh my god, like who could have thought of this, you know, like stuff like that. So
or PlayStation's just gonna release the exact same game with the same kind of AI, and it's gonna be the greatest game ever made. Astrobot AI 95 out of 100.
But now you can create the ideas yourself, and you can prompt your own ideas in this. You can create the Ape Escape world you wanted, but with AI, and everyone's gonna be like, "Oh my god!"
And you can create a moveset since we didn't.
Yeah, you can give Astro a dash, and a triple jump, and a you can give Astro Cappy if you want, some crazy like that.
So yeah, that's exactly what's gonna happen. But
unfortunate,
you know, Xbox, I don't know. I would say they don't care, but I don't know. I don't think being first is usually the best thing.
Yeah.
Because especially when you're the underdog, or really the punching bag, I should say, not even an underdog. Like I always look at like, oh, HD Rumble. I mean, technically HD Rumble wasn't even the first. The Steam controller had it first, but no one even cared about the Steam one. But HD Rumble came out and like, man, this was cool, but it never got the buzz that like the DualSense controller gets for basically doing the exact same thing and just enhancing it. So yeah, you never be first, Microsoft. And every time Xbox goes first on anything, it always backfires for whatever reason. But yeah, any final thoughts on Muse AI in general? Who's next? Actually, I should ask you that. We know EA was teasing something, but Xbox seems to be the first one to try to get something out the door. But who's gonna be the next big player?
I think it's gonna be Take-Two.
You think we're gonna get the GTA 6? Oh shit. Yo. Hey, come here. Look. Oh my god. How did I not think of this? Yo, this is crazy. I just hit the jackpot, bro. All right, look. Hold on, holy shit, bro. This is how did I never think of this? I'm about to show y'all something crazy, bro. I'm about to show y'all something crazy. Watch this. Okay. Yo. All right. I'm about to share my screen because I need, like, you gotta be witness to this, bruh.
Sure.
So let me do this. All right, hold on. I gotta make a new project on Adobe Express because y'all need to.
Let's hope this opening up Adobe Express doesn't just shit everything that we've been doing.
Nah, should be good.
Surely.
All right, so now I'm about to upload this image. Okay. Come gather around. I'm about to share my screen for you. All right. Sorry, my box is gonna be a little off, guys, but it's gonna be worth it. Watch this. All right. So here's Grand Theft Auto 6. Okay. All right, you see this? Grand Theft Auto 6. Now, you take the Grand Theft, like, actually, let me see if I can just remove the background. All right, perfect. Not really, but it did a good enough job. Get out of here. All right, okay. You see this? Grand Theft Auto 6. All right, everybody's with me, right?
Yeah.
Now, what happens if you flip it upside down? Grand Theft Auto AI.
Oh shit.
It's happening.
Oh no.
It was here the whole time.
Oh, bro. Oh no.
How did we miss this?
Oh no.
It was in our face the whole time. Grand Theft Auto AI, guys. Yo, take
just made me
two.
sad, bro.
We did it. We cracked the code. The $2 billion that Rockstar invested into this game. This is where it went. This is exactly where it went.
That's hella funny, bro. That's hilarious. We did that.
Y'all heard it here
Now,
first.
if that happens,
y'all heard it here first.
Y'all better give us our flowers now. No, I'm just kidding.
But with that, let's go ahead and wrap it up. That is it. That is all we have for you guys today. Thank you all for tuning in, and to all the people leaving comments in the chat. We do appreciate your support. Make sure you guys hit that like because we love you guys and it helps us grow this channel. If you're not subscribed and you enjoyed the show, make sure you hit that subscribe button so you can stay updated for when Dual-Wield Gaming Podcast premieres. Now, let's go ahead and get them outros. Subegles, I appreciate you for for staying with me through the drops, the stops, the breaks, and I know it's late. Like, obviously we in the same time zone now, so slate for both of us. But yeah,
It's all good.
Where can we find you? What you got going on?
Of course, man. Of course. So this is gonna be this is going tomorrow, right? Going up live tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay, so if you guys are watching this live soon-ish, I am gonna be doing my Pirate Yakuza stream, and I'm gonna be maybe acting a fool, maybe acting up a little bit. We'll see what happens. Maybe definitely gonna be having fun for sure. But we're gonna be playing Pirate Yakuza. I forget the long ass fucking title for it, but I'm just gonna call it Pirate Yakuza. I'm gonna be taking shots. I'm gonna be getting drunk. So we'll see. So tune in. Hope it'll be a fun one. It'll be a fun one for sure. I probably won't be playing the game the whole time. I'll probably play something else as well. But we'll definitely spend quite some bit of time on Pirate Yakuza because I want to give these games some breathing room. I want to play these games on stream and stuff. It's fun. I'm gonna be doing the same thing for Monster Hunter Wilds next week. I'm gonna be playing that on stream as well. So yeah, check me out on Twitch at twitch.tv/SubEgles and yeah, come subscribe. I'm almost at 50. I'm at 44 now. Last time I gave the update, I was at 42, so I gained 2 more. So we getting close.
Get this man to 50.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. As for myself, Don Otaku, you can find me on Twitter at PastaFeet F3ET. Battling against Naughty Dog fans and any other fandom that I love to troll. You can also find me on twitch.tv/Don Solo SOLOW Mondays and or Tuesdays. And I'm gonna be on Avowed most likely if I'm streaming. So make sure y'all tune in. And then also, you can find me right here on YouTube, where not only do we do the Dual-Wield Gaming Podcast that releases on Thursdays, but we do Project Untitled Gaming Podcast every Saturday live. So make sure you guys pull up and leave some comments in the chat. We do read the comments and we do respond. So yeah. And with that, yeah, like I said, I'm just gonna be playing Avowed this week. That's maybe slipping Xenoblade here and now, but Avowed, or maybe I actually might touch Civilization. We'll see.
Yeah. Hopefully, it actually works on you.
Oh, and also, there's a big demo I'm looking forward to, which is the Demon Tides. Yeah, Demon Tides coming up. Right? Yep. Demon Tides demo dropping on the 24th. Okay. So looking forward to that. So I'm definitely gonna give that one a try also. Oh, and there's an alpha that I'm an NDA boy for.
Oh, so, you're NDA boy.
Yeah, I probably won't be able to talk about it, obviously, but I'm gonna be playing that whenever I get my key. So happy that I got accepted for that one.
Hell yeah, dude.
Hopefully it doesn't turn out like Exo Boring. Still mad about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I got. Any final words for the people?
Nah. Keep trucking, keep grinding.
For sure. And with that, let's get out of here. Peace out, everyone. Enjoy your week, your weekend, weekdays. The Weekend album. Don't enjoy Drake and Party Next Door. We'll enjoy anything else. All right, let's get out of here. Bye-bye.